Chapter 32, Part 2 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 32, Part 2. The Archaic Mammals. This is the name given to the creatures which, in early tertiary time, supplanted the great reptiles in their vacated habitats. They constitute the first mammalian adaptive radiation, but one of short duration, for they were soon to be displaced in their turn by creatures of a higher sort, the so-called modernized mammals. For a while these archaic types served very well, and doubtless had it not been for a competition which they could not meet, they might have survived for a longer period. But there was written over against them the memorable indictment, "Thou art weighed in the balances and found wanting." Defects. There are two prime essentials to every creature's adaptation to its environment. It must have safety and food. Hence two principal structures are of paramount importance: locomotor organs, that it may flee from its enemy or overtake its prey, and efficient teeth, that it may utilize such food as is available. In other words, the two organs whose contact with the environment is most intimate are the feet and the teeth, and these are seen to suffer the most profound changes with the passage of time and the consequent changing of the environment. Not only must these organs be adapted to immediate need, but adaptable to the inevitable changes of conditions which time will bring. Thus it is that by a study of feet and teeth, so much of an animal's life conditions and consequent habits can be deduced. Add to this a structure of which the dinosaurs made but little, but which in mammalian evolution became increasingly important, the brain, and the tale of the requisites for future evolutionary success is complete. It was specifically in these three things that the archaic mammals were deficient. For while size, strength, and physical prowess, arms and armament were theirs in full measure, their feet and grinding teeth were conservative, inelastic, and incapable of meeting new conditions as they arose. Their brain, too, was singularly old-fashioned, generally small, but always relatively undeveloped in comparison with that of modernized mammals of equivalent bulk, especially in the part wherein the intelligence lay. Hence it is not surprising that the career of these forms was brief, and that with rare exceptions they have suffered racial death and vanished as utterly as did the dinosaurs before them. Classification. Nature, as Osborn says, deals in transitions rather than in sharp lines. We cannot circumscribe the archaic mammals sharply, nor be sure as yet that some of them did not give direct descent to certain of the modernized mammals. Yet the mammals of the basal Eocene of both Europe and North America are altogether of very ancient type. They exhibit many primitive characters, such as extremely small brains, simple triangular teeth, 5 digits on the hands and feet, prevailing plantigradism. They are to be collectively regarded as the first grand attempts of nature to establish insectivorous, carnivorous, and herbivorous groups, or ungulates, clawed forms, and ungulates, hoofed forms. The ancestors or centers of these adaptive radiations date far back in the age of reptiles. At the beginning of the Eocene, we find the lines all separated from each other, but not as yet very highly specialized. The specialization and divergence of these archaic mammals continue through the Eocene period and reach a climax near the top, although many branches of this archaic stock become extinct in the lower Eocene. The orders which may be provisionally placed in this archaic group are the following: Marsupialia, Multituberculata, Plagiaulacida, Placentalia, Insectivora, insectivores not as yet positively identified in the basal Eocene, Taeniodonta, edontates with enamel-banded teeth, Creodonta, archaic families of carnivores, Condylartha, primitive light-limbed cursorial ungulates, Amblypoda, archaic typically heavy-limbed slow-moving ungulates. This group is full of analogies, but is without ancestral affinities to the higher placentals and marsupials. There are forms imitating in one or more features the modern Tasmanian wolf, Thylacinus, the bears, cats, hyenas, civets, and rodents of today, but no true members of the orders Primates, Rodentia, carnivora, Perissodactyla, Artiodactyla have been discovered. Of the archaic mammals, the multituberculata have already been sufficiently described, the insectivora are unknown, and the Taeniodonta unnecessary for our purposes. We will therefore turn our attention to the three remaining groups, of which the first is the Creodonta, from the Greek for flesh and tooth. These forms resemble in many details the hoofed Condylarthra next to be described, but differ from them chiefly in the skull and teeth, in that they have more the aspect of a true carnivore than the condylarths, which were of vegetarian diet. The terminal phalanges, unguals, are also more claw-like, although there are exceptions to this rule, notably in the dog-like Dromocyon. The skull of a creodont differs from that of a true carnivore, for while it is always large for the size of the animal, there is a much smaller brain case, thus necessitating a high crest of bone along the midline of the cranium, sagittal crest, to obtain sufficient surface for muscular attachment. There are widely expanded temporal or zygomatic arches for the same purpose. The teeth also differ in not being so perfectly adapted for a flesh diet as in the true carnivores. In the latter, certain cheek teeth are almost always enlarged and modified to form a wonderful shearing device, and these so-called carnassial teeth, from the Latin for flesh, are, when present, invariably the fourth upper premolar and first lower molar, expressed thus, P4/M1. With the creodonts, the carnassials may not be developed at all, and if they are variable and not necessarily, indeed rarely, P4/M1, and in addition they are rarely confined to a single pair of teeth, but are two or more in number. The creodonts have been divided into at least 6 distinct families, of which but one probably gave rise to true carnivores, the rest dying out one after another until by Upper Oligocene time none were in existence. The creodonts foreshadow the true carnivores in a number of ways, in that certain of them were bear-like, Arctocyon, others dog-like, Dromocyon, or otter-like, Oxyina patriophilus. Some, like the minks, Sinopa, others cat-like, Dissacus, or resembling hyenas, Hyemodon. The last genus is of especial interest because together with its Old World ally, Pterodon, it is the last creodont survivor, existing until the Middle Oligocene. Wortman saw in Patriophilus a form which might have given rise to the modern sea lions, Otaridia, but of this there is some doubt. The Condylarthra, from the Greek knuckle and joint, were a group of very primitive ungulates which, aside from the implied differences in diet, paralleled the Creodonta closely, for in both groups there was the same generalized type of body with a long, heavy tail and rather stocky, more or less cursorial limbs. There were, however, relatively few of the condylarths, but 2 families being recognized as against 6 for the creodonts. They range in time from Basal and Lower Eocene, but very little is known as yet of their geographical extent. They are not supposed to have given rise to any higher groups of ungulates, but to represent an abortive attempt on the part of nature to produce cursorial hoofed forms. One of them, however, Phoenicodus, was hailed by its discoverer, Professor Cope, as the 5-toed ancestor of the horse, but this is now known to be impossible, as it is too large and too highly specialized in certain directions, although very primitive in others, and also too late in time to be the founder of the great equine lineage. This genus, from the Wasatch beds, ranged in size from a fox to a small sheep. While the canines were tusk-like, they were not large, and the grinding teeth were low-crowned and of simple pattern, suited undoubtedly to a rather succulent herbage. The skull was long and low, with a well-developed sagittal crest, and while that portion of the cranium behind the orbits was relatively long, as with most primitive skulls, the brain case was of very small capacity. The feet are 5-toed, semi-plantigrade, and built on a very primitive plan, in that the wrist and ankle bones are serial, that is, placed one above the other, rather than alternating, as in all feet subject to splitting strains. Phoenicodus and the earlier Euprologonia represent the family Phoenicodontidae, while the other family, Meniscotheriidae, embraces but a single genus, Meniscotherium. These forms, while contemporaneous with the phenacodonts, were more advanced in both tooth structure, for the cuffs of the grinders have begun to assume a crescent shape, such as one finds in the higher odd and even-toed ungulates. The body and tail were long, and the limbs, while long, resemble so much those of the Hyracoidea of Africa as to cause the inclusion of Meniscotherium in that group by certain authorities. Others have considered the Hyracoidea to be surviving condylars. There are, however, no very good grounds for such an assumption. The Condylarthra are of interest in this way, that they represent or were very similar to what was probably a very widespread group of primitive ungulates, out of which possibly all the other orders of ungulates arose. The genera which we know could not have been the direct ancestors, but they show us the nature of the ungulate ancestry. The Amblypoda, from the Greek blunt and foot, or short-footed ungulates, are another group of hoofed forms, among which were some that attained a huge, almost elephantine size, and in spite of a basic primitiveness developed a superficial specialization of a very remarkable sort. Their geologic range is from the basal Eocene throughout the Eocene period, when they, in their turn, suffered extinction. 4 families are recognized, of which the 2 most primitive are the Periptychidae and the Pantolambdidae, both basal Eocene in distribution. Pantolambda, the type of the second family, while undoubtedly an ungulate, shows many points of similarity with the creodonts. It is described as having a head and body somewhat smaller than those of a sheep and much shorter legs. The body and tail had somewhat the proportions of the larger cats, and the skull, as with the condylarths, was long and low, with small brain capacity and prominent sagittal crest. The limbs were very short and relatively heavy, with 5 spreading toes on each foot. Coryphodon represents the third family, and is in many ways a remarkable beast. The different species vary in size from a tapir to an ox, and thus are the largest forms we have so far considered. They were heavy, unwieldy animals, whose short, powerful limbs and spreading feet point to swamp-dwelling, if not aquatic habits. The skull was large and flattened in such a way that no median crest is visible, nor are there any indications of horns such as the next genus possessed. The canine teeth were developed into huge flaring tusks, suggesting those of the swine. Altogether, it was a heavy, sluggish brute whose very small brain gives evidence of great stupidity. Dinoceras, Unilitherium, represents the last family of amblypods, and in many ways, size, up to 7 feet in height, dentition, and horns, was by far the most specialized, in fact grotesquely so. Its limbs were pillar-like, quite like those of the Proboscidea, see Chapter 34, and like them an adaptation to carry the creature's great weight. The elephant-like characteristics extended also to the body, but there the resemblance ceased, for the skull was totally dissimilar in that it was extended upward into a series of horn-like prominences. These consisted of a pair upon the nose, which from their appearance may have borne dermal horns, like those of rhinoceroses. The second pair were higher, with bluntly rounded ends, and were probably not sheathed with horn, but covered with skin, as in the giraffe. There was also a third pair, massive structures, 8 to 10 inches high, which again could not have borne horny sheaths. There was a high transverse occipital crest at the hinder end of the skull, connecting the posterior pair of horns, and giving, together with the prominences, a unique basin-shaped character to the top of the skull. Another remarkable feature lay in the greatly developed canine teeth, which were curved sabers in some genera and spear-shaped in others, and were doubtless important weapons. Both the tusks and horn prominences were apparently better developed in the male than in the female, for their variation constitutes about the only difference seen in certain skulls. There is no indication of a proboscis, as the nasal bones, which are long and prominent in Dinoceras, are invariably shortened whenever that useful organ develops. The molar teeth of Dinoceras were very conservative, for while one might trace a very marked evolution in the skull and tusks, these important organs hardly change at all. The brain, also, was absurdly small for so large a creature. The armament of Dinoceras may have served a useful purpose, but one is constrained to believe that, together with a relatively great size, it indicates racial senility. the extreme of over-specialization attained by a primitive stock. Fate of the archaic mammals. The archaic mammals, as such, have long since vanished from the earth, and were it not for their remains entombed in the Eocene rocks, we would be unaware that they ever existed. Theirs was a brief span compared with that of the reptilian hordes, and also with that of their mammalian successors. But for a while they throve mightily until competition with creatures of a better sort became too great for them to bear. That they strove to meet this competition is evident, for certain of the later creodonts, notably Patriofelis and the powerful Harpagolestes, increased materially in bodily size, while the hyenodonts actually increased the bulk of the brain and, as a consequence, were the sole survivors of the group after the close of the Eocene, for as long ago as 1874, Professor Marsh pointed out that the brains of the surviving races are upon the average larger than those of declining races. Competition was doubtless, therefore, a prime cause which led to the extinction of these forms. We have argued racial old age in Dinoceras, but if that be deemed insufficient in itself, we have the noteworthy fact that where evolution of an animal runs to the development of tusks and horns, probably favored by sexual selection, the grinding teeth are apparently neglected and are apt to show arrested development, and bulk is fatal where correlated with inadequate feeding mechanism, and with brain power not adequate to enable the females to defend and care for the young as well as to meet new conditions of life. Osborn. Thus the fate of the archaic mammals was first extinction, and secondly transmutation of a few, a very few, into higher types. There remains a third possibility, and that is emigration, not of the later but of the earlier sorts, across the southern land bridge into South America, where together with a certain admixture of other stock, possibly African, they may have given origin to the remarkable South American fauna which rose and flourished during the long period of Neogean isolation. Others, passing beyond the limits of South America, may have crossed the Antarctic land bridge into Australia, where as marsupials they still persist. But this cannot be true if we adhere to our premise that the multituberculates only of the marsupials are to be included among the archaic mammals, and further, that they died in basal Eocene time without issue. If, on the contrary, the entire marsupial order is to be considered archaic, the conclusion that they may still be surviving in these remote forms and in the American opossums is tenable. There is a further possibility that the American edentata, sloths, armadillos, and their allies, may have been derived from the Taeniodonts. If so, the latter also have in a sense survived, although in a much altered state, and only because they likewise found asylum in isolated South America. End of chapter 32.
First half of chapter 33 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Swann LULL. Chapter 33. Incursion of Modernized Mammals and Evolution of Carnivores. We have spoken of the modernized mammals in contradistinction to the archaic forms. It is necessary now to define the former more precisely. They include practically all existing mammals and some which have become extinct, together with their forebears, such as Carnivora vera, true or fissiped carnivores, Rodentia, gnawing animals, Perissodactyla, odd-toed ungulates, Artiodactyla, even-toed ungulates, Proboscidea, elephants and mastodons, primates, lemuroids and monkeys, Insectivora, insectivores, included by some authorities among the archaic mammals, Cetacea and Sirenia, whales and sea cows. In contrast with the archaic forms, the modernized types are all creatures of high potentiality, and, where they became extinct, were rather the victims of circumstance than creatures which died because of lack of adaptability, although certain groups seem to have run a natural course and their extinction was heralded by evidences of racial senility. As the archaic forms were characterized by lack of progressive brain and feet and teeth, So the modernized races were distinguished by the possession sometimes of one, as in primate, sometimes of two, as in elephants, again by all three, as in horses, of these destiny-controlling organs. But in general, the modernized animals were progressive, highly adaptable forms. Place of origin of the modernized mammals. The simultaneous appearance of the earliest of the modernized mammals in Europe, latitude 50 degrees north, and North America, latitude 40 degrees north, points to some contiguous landmass as the original home of these creatures. Hence, in 1903, Wortman, as a result of his studies of the Eocene mammalia in the Yale collection, assumed the existence of a grand northern common center of evolution and dispersal, both for plants and animals. A glance at the map drawn on the North Polar projection will show how logical such an assumption is, and, with the evidence very clearly before us of the repeated recurrence of a land bridge across what is now Bering Strait, how readily migrants from a circumpolar land could follow the three great continental radii to the south, arriving synchronously in widely separated lands. Of course, the theory of circumpolar origin of these mammals assumes a climate far different from that which now characterizes this region, but that it was formerly warm and equable is abundantly proved by the finding on the coast of Greenland of the remains of a subtropical flora. Thus he describes cycads and associated species of plants in the lower Cretaceous Comanchian as indicating a mean temperature of 70 degrees to 72 degrees Fahrenheit, a temperature equal to that of Cuba, and the same flora existing in Spitsbergen and in Alaska proves that this temperature was widely distributed. Deployment. There is always a tendency on the part of every group of animals, as their numbers increase, to spread from their ancient home along lines of least resistance, provided no climatic or other insuperable barriers are to be overcome, and that may well have been one very potent cause for the southward migration of the modernized hordes. But there was an additional incentive, for throughout the early Tertiary there is evidence of climatic variation and of a very gradual cooling of the northern climate, and a consequent southward retreat of the higher plants and mammals which occurred as a succession of migratory waves. In this way there came first the least hardy, like the insectivores and the primates, the latter especially depending so largely upon the tropical forests for their sustenance that any change either in extent or character of their habitat would be reflected in their distribution at once. Perissodactyls, horse and tapir-like forms, also came speedily, and the true carnivores, primitive dog-like forms, likewise soon appeared. There is reason to believe, however, that throughout the whole pre-Pleistocene Cenozoic period, the northerly region Holarctica was highly favorable to the evolution and migration of the higher forms of the mammalia. It must be remembered, however, that the actual center from which these animals suddenly spread into Europe and North America is still hypothetical, and will not be determined until the basal Eocene fossil mammal beds in the unknown portions of America and Asia shall have been discovered. Whatever the exact place of origin, the result of the incursion of the progressive forms was their speedy usurpation of the habitat of the unprogressives, and, as we have seen, the gradual elimination of the latter, largely through an unbearable competition. It is of these modernized mammals that we shall now speak, turning our attention to the following well-known and highly interesting groups, some of which, notably the horses, played no little part in the worldwide acceptance of the evolutionary hypothesis. These groups are 1. Carnivora, especially the felines, 2. Proboscidea, mastodons and elephants, 3. Horses, 4. Camels, 5. Primate, with especial reference to mankind. Carnivora. The division of the flesh-eating mammals into creodonts and true carnivores has been discussed and the main distinctions emphasized. The modernized forms are also divisible into two groups: the Fissipedea, Latin fissus meaning cloven and pes meaning foot, or land carnivores, and the Pinnipedea, Latin pinna meaning feather or fin, or seals and sea lions. The latter do not possess the carnassial tooth, and their derivation from any known fissiped stock is doubtful. They may well represent an independent line of descent from the creodonts. It will be remembered that Wortman thought he saw in Patriofelis the ancestor of the sea lions. The fissiped carnivores, or Carnassidentia to use an alternative term, show the following diagnostic characters. 1. Good brain, moderately large and well convoluted. 2. Carnassial tooth, P4 by M1. Premolars in front more or less sharp, pointed, and compressed. Molars behind tuberculated for crushing. 3. Clavicle, collarbone, vestigial or absent. 4. Limbs mobile, with the radius and ulna of the forearm and the tibia and fibula of the lower leg complete and separate. 5. Digits clawed, never fewer than 4. The principal families are Canidae. These embrace the foxes, dogs, and wolves, the most primitive of existing carnivores, cosmopolitan in their distribution, even having attained Australia, though doubtless by the agency of man. They appear first in the Upper Eocene of Europe, are abundant in the Miocene fauna of Europe and North America, and reach India and South America by early Pliocene time. At present, at least 104 species of canids are extant and more than 160 fossil species have been described. Ursidae. The bears are omnivorous rather than strictly carnivorous and lack the carnassial teeth. Their feet also are plantigrade compared with the digitigrade character of those of most of the order. Bears are widespread today, principally in the northern portions of both hemispheres. In the Old World they extend southward to the Atlas Mountains in northern Africa and to southern India, Borneo, Sumatra, and Ceylon. They are also found in the Andean highlands as far south as Bolivia and Chile. They are, however, entirely absent from the Ethiopian and Australian realms. The origin and evolutionary history of the bears is undiscovered, as the earliest recorded fossils are in the Miocene of the Old World. By Upper Pliocene they had reached Eastern Europe, but up to 1916 they were unknown in the New World in rocks older than the Pleistocene. A Pliocene bear, however, has recently been reported from Oregon. Procyon. The procyonids, the raccoons and their kin, with one Asiatic exception, are entirely confined to the New World, especially tropical America. Geologically, they range upward from the primitive Miocene genus Phaeocyon, which is the annectant form between this family and the Canidae, although the grinding teeth and plantigrade feet of the raccoon have caused its inclusion by certain authorities with the bears. Mustelidae. This family, which contains the weasels, polecats, badgers, and others, while especially abundant in North America, is found the world over, except Australia. Its members are, however, rare in Africa and South America. They are known from the Upper Eocene in Europe and from the Oligocene in North America, and one Miocene form, Megalictis, was gigantic, the skull alone equaling that of a black bear. These four families are known collectively as Arctoidea or bear-like forms, while the three remaining ones, Viverridae, Hyanidae, and Felidae, are called Ailuroidea, cat-like. Viverridae. These are the civets, genets, and mongooses, and are limited largely to the Ethiopian and Oriental realms, only a half-dozen species being found outside of these areas. The curious Madagascar genus Cryptoprocla, the fossa, forms a connecting link between this family and the cats. About 30 species are known fossil, chiefly from the European Tertiary, the genus Vivera itself having persisted since latter Eocene time. Hyanidae. The hyenas are loathsome creatures of very dubious repute, as they are largely eaters of carrion. In spite of a rather dog-like appearance, their affinities lie with the Viverridae, from which they lately arose. They are confined today to tropical Asia and Africa, but formerly had a much wider range. End of first half of chapter 33. Second half of chapter 33 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Swann LULL. Chapter 33. Incursion of Modernized Mammals and Evolution of Carnivores. Felidae. The cats are in many ways the most highly specialized of carnivores, chiefly in their dentition, for the carnassial here reaches the height of perfection as a shearing tooth. The molars, on the contrary, are almost entirely lacking. Another specialization lies in the retractile claws, characteristic of all Felidae except the cursorial hunting leopard or cheetah, Cynelurus, which, as its name dog-cat implies, shows a number of dog-like convergences in limbs and feet. The working of the retractile claws is as follows. The ungual or claw-bearing phalanx is capable of a wide vertical range of movement, and has attached to its upper side an elastic ligament, which would keep the claw permanently raised were it not for an antagonistic muscle and tendon attached to the lower side. The contraction of this muscle pulls the ungual downward, thus protruding the claw and at the same time stretching the elastic ligament. Relax the muscle, and the elasticity of the ligament again withdraws the claw. This permits the cat to move silently in stalking its prey, and at the same time provides prehensile organs of high perfection for securing it. Distribution. Cats are today worldwide in their distribution with the exception of Madagascar and Australia. The Old World producing the most notable living species such as the lion, Felis leo, the tiger, Felis tigris, the leopard, Felis pardus, the ounce or snow leopard, Felis uncia, and others including the supposed ancestor of our domestic cat, the Caffre or Egyptian cat, Felis caffra. In the New World, the most noteworthy are the puma, Felis concolor, the jaguar, Felis onca, and the lynxes and caracals. Fossil cats. But it is the fossil felines which are in many ways of the greatest interest, for they include not only the ancestors of the modern forms, but the now extinct saber-tooths, creatures whose endowment of effective weapons put them in the very forefront of the carnivorous hordes as efficient beasts of prey. Thus the Felidae are divisible into two phyla or subfamilies. The Feline or biting cats, the race to which all existing felines belong, and the Machaerodontinae or saber-tooths, the stabbing cats whose line has ceased to exist. They show many points of contrast in body, limbs, and tail, but especially in skull, jaws, and dentition, and, as we shall see, these distinctions arose in the course of evolution from a single, as yet unknown stem through adaptation to contrasting types of prey, for the saber-tooths were relatively slow of foot, and their rise, culmination, and decline is so intimately associated with that of the slow-moving, thick-skinned ungulates, elephants, rhinos, swine, the so-called pachyderms of Cuvier, that the conclusion that we have here the proper association of predatory animals and their usual victims is irresistible. On the other hand, the swift-footed biting cats are in like manner associated with the thin-skinned cursorial ungulates, as they are today, and the inference is that they in their turn were adapted to such a source of food. The contrasting anatomical features are: felines have limbs less robust, more cursorial, toes tending to reduce, while Machaerodonts have limbs shortening, more robust, digits never fewer than 5. In the Feline the tail was long, in the saber-tooths it became progressively shortened, especially in the final form, Smilodon. Dentition. In the felines or biting cats the carnassial is relatively smaller, and the premolars in front of it are less reduced than in the saber-tooths. But it is in the development of the canine that the most marked distinction is seen, for while in the Feline the upper and lower tusks are more nearly equivalent in size and power, in the Machaerodonts the lower ones are reduced to a size not much greater than that of the incisors. The upper canines, on the contrary, have become thin, curved daggers of relatively enormous length, showing the same fine serrations on their cutting edges that we saw in the teeth of the carnivorous dinosaurs. It is these great saber-like tusks which gave the popular name to the group. Skull. There is a marked difference in the form of the skull in the two phyla, especially when seen in profile, and the principal purpose of this modification in the saber-tooths is to obtain greater leverage and so render more effective the downward stabbing stroke of the tusks. A glance at the diagram of the skulls of Felis tigris and Smilodon drawn to the same scale will render this clear. The principal distinction lies in the rear of the skull or occiput and in the arch of the face. In Felis, the cranial arch is highest just behind the orbits and diminishes both toward the front and toward the rear, so that the occiput is comparatively low. In Smilodon, on the other hand, the rear of the skull is highest and the face slopes downward and forward, the sabers continuing the line of the curve. The condyle for the articulation with the neck is on a level with the tooth line in Felis, and the mastoid process behind the ear openings are inconspicuous. In Smilodon, on the other hand, the condyles are high and the mastoid processes extend far below them. These processes are for the insertion of the sternomastoid and cleidomastoid muscles, whose combined function is to depress the skull. Their value in the saber-tooth is at once apparent, as they are the muscles which produce the downward stroke of the head, by which with terrible efficiency the tusks are driven into the victim. A well-rounded condyle in Smilodon points to great freedom of movement in the vertical plane. The muscles of the dorsal side of the neck, which raised the head, were alike, powerful in both forms. Jaw. There is a marked distinction in the lower jaws of the saber-tooths as compared with the biting cats, more marked in some respects in the earlier types such as Hoplophonius than in Smilodon. For here the jaw is lighter and has less powerful muscles, as the diminished coronoid process and other muscle insertions show. The jaw was capable of being opened more widely in the saber-tooth, although the yawn of a modern tiger is a memorable sight. In the earlier saber-tooths, the front portion of the lower jaw is continued downward into a distinct flange for the protection of the tusk, a feature which the totally unrelated amblypod Dinoceras also shows. In later forms, with the enormous extent of the tusks, such a protection becomes impracticable, and the flange almost entirely disappears. The chin of the saber-tooths, however, never shows the rounded character of that of the biting cats. Ancestry. The cats seem to have had their initial evolution in the great Asiatic Adaptive Radiation Center, whence they spread the world over. It is only in North America, however, that the paleontological series is sufficiently complete to reconstruct a phylogeny such as the above. The Asiatic Eocene ancestry is as yet unknown. Feline phylum. Dinictis is the most primitive of cats, but is, nevertheless, despite the fact that Matthew places it in the biting cat phylum, a saber-tooth, as the elongated upper and reduced lower canines, the flattened chin, and the protective jaw flange show. Scott looks upon this form as the somewhat modified survivor of the ancestral stage, and representing very nearly the common starting point of both the feline and the Macrodont subfamilies. As compared with its contemporary Hoplophonius, the limbs in Dinictis are longer and more slender, implying greater cursorial powers. The limbs also retain more primitive features, and the smaller feet with their less developed claws do not have the clutching power of those of Hoplophonius. Altogether, Dinictis, while showing certain saber-tooth characteristics, was speedier and less capable of holding a struggling prey, while the stabbing tusks could manifest their effectiveness. It was therefore tending toward the adaptations of the modern cats, which is reason for considering it the first recorded member of their line rather than the common ancestor of both phyla. Dinictis is confined to the American Oligocene. The genus Nimravus is still more like the modern cats in the general aspect of the skull and dentition. The canines are more nearly of a size, although the upper ones are still decidedly the larger. The mastoid process is not at all prominent, the lower jaw lacks the flange, and the chin is becoming rounded. The limbs are long and slender as in Dinictis, but the foot, instead of being five-toed, has but four, of which the lateral ones are shortened, while all of them bore only partially retractile claws. In general, the limbs are dog-like, resembling those of the living cheetah, Cynalurus, of which we have spoken, and which may be a lineal descendant of these so-called false saber-tooths. Nimravus is found in the upper Oligocene and lower Miocene of North America and the Miocene of France. In Pseudalurus, the canines are normal and the jaw has neither flange nor an angulated chin. The skeletal characters and much of the skull are as yet unknown. This cat is found in the mid-Miocene of France and again in the middle and upper Miocene of Nebraska and Colorado. It is an undoubted ancestor of Felis, though it may not have been derived from Dinictis at all, but is rather, as Scott believes, a new migrant both into Europe and North America from the Asiatic home of the race. That there were two phyla, Scott does not deny. He does object, however, to Matthew's attempted derivation of biting cats from primitive saber-tooths such as Dinictis, claiming that this view runs contrary to the supposed law of the irreversibility of evolution, a rule which many authorities look upon as well established. The theory, Scott continues, postulates a different mode of development from anything that we have so far encountered in the series previously described, and supposes that the upper canine first lost its original form, becoming a thin, elongate, and scimitar-like tusk, while the lower canine was reduced almost to the proportions of an incisor, and the lower jaw acquired a straight, flat chin and inferior flanges for the protection of the tusks. Then, after specialization had advanced so far, it was reversed and the original condition regained. This interesting hypothesis may possibly turn out to be true, though personally I cannot accept it, and should it do so, it would necessitate a thoroughgoing revision of current opinions as to the processes of mammalian development. The law of the irreversibility of evolution applies rather to the impossibility of regaining a lost anatomical structure, not, as Scott would imply, to the reduction of a highly specialized one, and while the parallelism is not exact, the Proboscideans to be discussed in the next chapter underwent somewhat the same evolution as that which Matthew postulates for the cats, in that a highly modified and elongate jaw symphysis subsequently shortened and simplified, and the upper tusks, large structures in all known prehistoric elephants, are today becoming vestigial in the existing Indian species, even in the males. Felis is the final genus of the biting cat phylum and needs no further description than that given above. Geologically, it dates back to the Pliocene and was represented in the North American Pleistocene by a large species, Felis atrox, of a size greater than a lion and ranging over the southern half of the continent. Huge specimens of this species, differing somewhat from the type, have been found in the Rancho La Brea asphalt of Southern California, in association with the great saber-toothed Smilodon californicus. But although the skulls of the latter are numbered by the hundreds, as many as 30 have been found within the space of 3 or 4 cubic yards, Daggett. Those of the former are very rare, as though their habitat and habits differed materially, and the lion-like form, not being adapted to prey upon the great brutes which were caught in the tar, did not venture within the limits of its fatal grasp. Saber-tooth phylum. Turning to the saber-tooth phylum, there is little doubt that the Oligocene Hoplophonius was the direct ancestor of the saber-tooth line. In this genus, the upper canine was long, thin, curved, and finely serrated along both edges, but the lower canines were hardly larger than the incisors. The skull was longer than in modern cats, and in every way resembled a smaller and more primitive edition of that of Smilodon. The lower jaw was relatively much stouter than in the latter, and the flange was so deep that the tusks were completely protected and could only be used when the mouth was open. Smilodon, on the other hand, could have used the tusks very effectively with the mouth closed. Whether it did or not is a matter of opinion which cannot now be decided. The body and tail of Hoplophonius had more the proportions of a modern leopard, but the limbs were more powerful, although far less so than in Smilodon. The character of the forelimb bones implies great freedom of rotation of the forepaw, showing it to have had a more general use than in modern cats. The feet were small, 5-toed, but with fully retractile claws. Thus Merriam says the presence of long knife-like canines is correlated with powerful grasping feet possessing highly developed retractile claws. With his powerful feet, the animal clung to its prey, while it struck repeatedly with its thin, sharp sabers. Macharodus is the Miocene to Pleistocene representative of the saber-tooth phylum, known from very fragmentary material in North America, but from practically perfect skulls in the Miocene of France. The skull is like that of Smilodon, but somewhat more primitive, being longer, with a smaller brain case and muscular crests. The mastoid processes for the insertion of the stabbing muscles of the neck were less developed. The jaw, on the contrary, was proportionately heavier than in Smilodon, and the protective flange much larger. It was insufficient, however, fully to protect the canine when the mouth was closed. Macharodus is, in many respects, midway between Hoplophonius and Smilodon, but whether or not any of the American Miocene and Pliocene forms are surely of that genus cannot be decided until skulls are found. The jaws which are known, however, are quite similar. The genus Smilodon terminates the series of saber-toothed cats, and has already been characterized in contrast with Felis. It seems to be exclusively New World, the European Pleistocene saber-tooths belonging to the more conservative Macharodus. Smilodon was originally discovered in South America, Pampas Formation, but its presence in North America is abundantly proved by the profusion of its remains at Rancho La Brea. As it is often found in association with ground sloths, Smilodon, etc., which are unknown in the Old World, its final specialization over the more conservative Macharodus, its European contemporary, may well have been a special adaptation to destroy and devour the great sloths in particular, rather than the other pachyderms which form the dietary staple of saber-tooths in general. There is preserved in the museum at Buenos Aires a skull of Smilodon neogaeus, casts of which may be seen in many museums, in which one of the tusks is locked fast by its tip between the equivalent canine and incisor of the lower jaw. This has been cited as argument for the belief that these structures had grown so huge as to become an actual menace to the individual, causing in the present instance a case of mechanical lockjaw which was followed by death from starvation. The analogy, although not precise, lies with the deer whose antlers are occasionally locked in combat, resulting in the speedy death of the contestants either from starvation or because their subsequent helplessness renders them an easy prey to human or other enemies. This has been taken as an argument in favor of momentum invariation, Loomis, by which is meant orthogenetic variation, possibly guided in part by natural selection, but which, instead of ceasing when the point of greatest usefulness is attained, breaks away from selection control and continues to increase even to the limit of disaster. Merriam speaks of the destructive apparatus of the saber-toothed tiger as one of the most deadly combinations that has been found in any flesh-eating animal, but, like the delicate mechanism of the high-power gun, there seem also to have been great possibilities for becoming disabled, and if the long thin sabers were once broken, the saber-tooths would be less effective than the other large cats. In a large number of specimens found there is evidence of fracture or loss of one or both sabers long before the death of the animal, so that the extreme specialization of this creature may have led to a stage at which accidents occurred so commonly as to destroy the type. Matthew, on the contrary, cannot believe that such a noxious character could be developed to the point of seriously reducing the expectation of life of the individuals in which it was present, much less of being the direct cause of the extinction of a race. He believes that in Smilodon the immense development of the canines made them highly efficient weapons for a particular mode of attack, and was an essential element of its success in its especial mode of life, not a hindrance or bar to its survival. As we have seen, the evolution of the biting cat, swift of foot and powerful of jaw, was correlated with that of the thin-skinned cursorial ungulates, their normal prey. With them, these cats spread and waxed strong and powerful, and with their diminution in the New World, the felines diminished. In the Old World, on the contrary, both great cats and great game of the cursorial sort are still numerous. The Macharodonts, on the other hand, increased pari passu with the heavy, slow-moving, thick-skinned forms, and with them they diminished, for both the ungulates and the sloths and their saber-toothed enemies are extinct in the New World, while in the Old, the great ungulates are rare and so far between that the saber-tooths have entirely disappeared there as well. Since their day, the elephants and rhinos, once their stature is attained, fear no foe but man, although the lions and tigers do assail their young, and thus they are held in check. It is the old story of high and narrow specialization and the dependence upon a peculiar sort of conditions and of food. Eliminate those conditions or the food, and the very specialization which was once a mark of adaptability now makes the race inadaptable, and its doom is sealed. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Christian Silva. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 34. Proboscideans. Aside from the whales and the great dinosaurs of the Mesozoic, the elephants lead the kingdom of beasts in size and majesty, and stand unique in nobility of physical and mental character. Add to this the fact that their evolution since the close of the Eocene can be traced with great fullness, and their claim to our interest, second only perhaps to that of the horses and mankind, is complete. Place in nature. The placental mammals may be grouped, principally according to the character of their foot armament, into 4 cohorts: the clawed or unguiculate forms, the hooved or ungulate, the nailed or primate, and the cetaceans or whales. Of these, the carnivora as representatives of the unguiculates have been discussed, and we now pass to a consideration of the hooved creatures, of which the Proboscidea form, in a sense, the most primitive of living orders. Proboscidea are therefore members of the class Mammalia, cohort Ungulata, which embraces also the familiar Perissodactyla and Artiodactyla, the archaic Condylarthra and Amblypoda, and the curious South American Notoungulata, as well as the Hyracoidea, and, as an appendix to the cohort, the Sirenia, or sea cows. It is with the last 2 orders particularly that we are concerned, for paleontology has shown that however far removed from the lordly elephant the humble hyraces or conies on the one hand, and the whale-like sea cows on the other may be, they are nevertheless the nearest to the Proboscidea of all mammalian orders. The great divergences between the ultimate representatives of the Proboscidea and Sirenia, the elephant and manatee, are merely due to environmental adaptation, the offspring of a swamp-dwelling ancestor coming to a parting of the ways of which one leads to firmer ground, the other to the waters. The elephant's evolution, as we shall see, largely concerns the head, the body, except for the increase in bulk and the mechanical readjustment of the limbs to bear the weight, exhibiting but little change with the flight of time. The sea cow, on the other hand, is profoundly altered in its bodily contour. The hind limbs have disappeared, and in their stead there has been developed a propulsive tail. The head, however, in contrast with that of the elephant, has remained practically as it was. The other near relatives of the Proboscidea, the Hyracoidea, are few, nor have we record of their ever having been numerous. They are small, rabbit-like animals, differing from the Proboscideans in that their feet are hooved instead of being clawed. Their ears are short, and their teeth are those of ungulates, more like those of a miniature rhinoceros than a rodent. These are the conies, the feeble folk of the Book of Proverbs, which make their dwelling among the rocks, and they have existed with comparatively little change for millions of years, while elephant and sea cow lineage have departed so widely, each along its chosen course. The hyraces, of which there are but 2 genera, one of them curiously enough being arboreal, are distributed from the Arabian Peninsula through Africa to the Cape of Good Hope. These closely related orders, Proboscidea, Hyracoidea, and Sirenia, are known first from Africa and seem to form the principal contribution of the Dark Continent to the world's mammalian fauna. Elephant anatomy. Something of the anatomical structure of the elephant is necessary to an understanding of the evolutionary changes which its ancestors have undergone. In our discussion of this structure we will speak first of the primitive or archaic characteristics, then of the elephant's specializations. Archaic characters. The elephant contains within its huge body a number of primitive features, for the soft parts of an animal's anatomy are less subject to mechanical stresses, and are therefore rather more conservative in their rate of change than are the bones and teeth. To enumerate briefly, the stomach is simple in form, the liver has but 2 lobes without a gallbladder, the lungs are simple and but slightly lobated, there are 2 superior veni cavae, the ancient number, which carry blood to the heart, the placenta by which the unborn young are nourished is primitive, and finally the brain, although huge in size, is old-fashioned in form in that the cerebrum, or forebrain, does not cover the cerebellum, a notable contrast with that of man. Skeletal structures. The feet are 5-toed, although there is a tendency toward the reduction of the lateral digits of the hind foot, especially in the African elephant. The number of hooves may be fewer than the actual digits, as the entire structure is encased within a huge cylindrical mass of flesh and skin, so that no external sign of the digits other than their terminal nail-like hooves is visible. The carpal or wrist bones are serial, that is, placed one above another in line with the metacarpals themselves. This is the type of wrist seen in the Condylarth phenacodus, and is mechanically defective as compared with the displaced or interlocking carpus, wherein the bones alternate as do the stones in a well-laid wall. It will be seen at once that a serial carpus will not properly resist splitting stresses, and therefore cannot be used in an animal which is either digitigrade or unguligrade, unless, as in the elephant, the entire foot is bound together in such a way as to eliminate those strains. On the part of all cursorial ungulates, such as the horse or deer, the ulna tends to reduce, especially in its lower two-thirds, the upper portion, which forms the elbow joint, being of necessity retained. In the Proboscidea, on the other hand, not only is the ulna retained entire, but it has become the dominant bone of the forearm, the radius being much more slender, and crossing over the ulna from the outer to the inner side. Specializations. Size. The grandeur of the elephant is a familiar thing in these days of zoological gardens and circus caravans, but rarely does one see a really huge specimen. The tallest living elephants belong to the African species, as those of India are longer and lower. Jumbo, the huge African elephant purchased by P.T. Barnum from the London Zoo, had a height of 11 feet and a weight of 6½ tons. His weight, but not his stature, was exceeded by a huge Indian elephant in Barnum's herd a few years ago. Wild African elephants are said to attain a height of 13 feet, while the largest American proboscidean was the imperial elephant of the early Pleistocene, whose stature equaled, if it did not surpass, that of the African form. The greatest recorded height is that announced in the recent English press for a straight-tusked elephant, Elephas antiquus, discovered near Chatham, England, in a Pleistocene river terrace, in the grounds of the Royal School of Military Engineering at Upnor. This creature will rival, if not exceed in size, the great skeleton of Elephas meridionalis, in the Paris Museum, which measures about 14 feet in height at the shoulder. Pillar-like limbs. While the bones of the limbs and feet are primitive in their numbers and arrangement, they are modified in one way in that they lack the angulation characteristic of ordinary ungulates, and are perpendicular one above another. Thus, in the horse the thigh is permanently flexed at the knee so that its long diameter is always oblique, but that of the elephant is vertical. This produces an alteration in the shape of the bone itself, for in the horse it is an elongated S, with the articular forces more or less parallel with the axis. In the elephant it is I-shaped, the articulations lying at right angles with the axis of the bone. As the stress is thus transmitted through the length of the bone, the latter may be flattened without serious detriment to its strength, which is impossible when the stress passes obliquely through the bone. We find this same type of limb again and again, as in the amblypod Dinoceras and the sauropod dinosaurs, and, while these creatures have not been observed in the flesh, the inference that their limbs were elephantine as an adjustment to weight carrying is irresistible. Shortening of the neck. As a rule, long limbs like those of the elephants are accompanied by a corresponding lengthening of the neck, as in the horse or more notably the giraffe, to enable the owner to reach the ground. This arrangement serves well enough where the head is comparatively small and there is no proboscis, but in the elephant the huge head could hardly be borne on a long neck, and besides, the proboscis obviates the necessity for this. Proboscis. The trunk of the elephant is in many ways its most distinctive feature, and indeed gives the name to the order. It is the much elongated combined nose and upper lip, and the nostrils run the entire length, terminating at the tip, which is provided with 1 Indian, or 2 African, finger-like processes, by which relatively minute objects may readily be picked up. The trunk is a great muscular mass, with an enormous number of component muscles which by their coordinate movement shorten or lengthen the organ as a whole, or curl it about any larger object to be lifted. It abundantly compensates for the extremely short neck. Form of the skull. Next to the proboscis, one of the most remarkable elephantine features is the peculiar proportions assumed by the skull, which has not only increased in actual size, but its height is all out of proportion to its length as compared with that of other animals. This is simply a mechanical adaptation to give leverage for the great weight of the trunk and its occasional burdens. The skull may be looked upon as a lever of which the occipital condyles form the fulcrum, the long axis the weight arm, and the occipital plane at right angles to the long axis the power arm. Shortening the long axis reduces the weight arm, while the heightening of the skull, especially at the occiput, lengthens relatively and actually the power arm, thus increasing the leverage and at the same time giving greater surface for the attachment of the great elastic ligament, ligamentum nuchae, which runs backward to the vertebral spines and bears the weight of the head, and for the huge muscles of the neck. Thus not only is the power greatly increased, but it is much more effectively applied through this bulldogging of the skull, as it has been called. The alterations in shape thus described do not carry with them an increase in the size of the brain cavity, but the outer and inner tables of the cranial bones have separated from each other, and the intervening space has become filled with air cells separated by thin, apparently irregular, bony plates. To this cancellous bone with its air cells the name diploe has been given. It is found in the skulls of other animals and of man where wide expansions of bone are developed, such as in the skull of Coryphodon, but nowhere is the diploe developed to the extent found in the elephant. Dentition. Another highly characteristic proboscidean feature is the dentition, remarkable in three ways: fewness of the teeth present at any one time, tooth succession, and the development of the individual tooth itself. An elephant, genus Elephas, never has more than one pair of tusks, which are the second upper incisor teeth, and one complete or two partial grinders in each half of each jaw, that is, 6 complete or 10 partially worn and partly formed teeth at any one time. Of course, the total number of teeth is greater, 28 as compared with the normal 44, but instead of having a milk set succeeded vertically by the permanent teeth, the teeth appear in numerical sequence. The upper milk tusks are succeeded by the permanent ones, as in other mammals. The grinders, however, are formed one at a time in the rear part of the jaws, and move forward to replace those worn out by use. Owen tells us that the milk or deciduous tusk appears beyond the gum between the 6th and 7th month, and rarely exceeds 2 inches in length and 1/3 of an inch in diameter at its thickest part, where it protrudes from the socket. The permanent tusk cuts the gum usually a month or two after the milk tusk is shed. The first molar tooth appears during the 2nd week, is complete and in full use at 3 months, and is shed when the elephant is about 2 years old. The second molar has most of the plates in use at 2 years of age and is shed at 6. Their third appears at 2, is at its maximum at 5, and is shed at 9. These are looked upon as milk molars. The first true molar, which is the 4th grinder in succession, appears at the 6th year, and is shed from 20 to 25. The 5th shows its crown at 20 and is shed probably at 60, and the last molar appears at from 40 to 50 years and lasts out the century. The tusks are spirally curved, elongated cones, composed, except for a small patch of enamel at their unworn tip, entirely of dentine or ivory of superlative fineness. They grow from a large conical pulp at the bottom of the alveolus or socket, and are formed continuously throughout the animal's life. Many other creatures, such as the rodents, have continually growing incisors, but with them the upper and lower teeth are antagonistic, and are kept within limits by wear. With the elephant's tusks this is not true, and while their use, especially that of digging, entails some wear, there's nothing to limit their monstrous growth. The tusks of the Indian or Asiatic elephant are comparatively moderate in size, the largest cited by Owen in his odontography having a length of 9 feet, with a basal diameter of 8 inches and a weight of 150 pounds. But, as he says, these dimensions are rare in the Asiatic species. The record for an African elephant, on the other hand, is that of a superb pair of tusks recently seen in New York, of which the right one was 10 feet 3/4 inches by 23 inches in circumference and weighed 224 pounds, while the left was 10 feet 3½ inches long by 24½ inches around and weighed 239 pounds, giving a total of 463 pounds for the pair. It is said that the creature that bore these tusks was so old and the tusks so burdensome that he occasionally had to stop and rest their tips on the ground. The females of both species usually have smaller and straighter tusks than the males, although the tusks may be vestigial in the Asiatic females and in the males as well. In certain of the extinct forms, notably the imperial elephant of the southern United States and Mexico, the tusks are much larger, those of a specimen at Yale measuring more than 13 feet on the curve, while one in the city of Mexico is said to exceed 16 feet. The molar teeth are highly complex structures, made up of a number, up to 27 or more, of transverse plates or lamellae, each of which is composed of a flattened mass of dentine surrounded by enamel. The plates are united by a third substance known as cement, so that as the crown wears away it bears a number of transverse ridges, formed of the harder enamel, separated by depressions at the bottom of which lies the softer cement or dentine, as the case may be. The first teeth are relatively simple, but the number of plates and consequent ridges, 2 to a plate, increases with the size of the teeth until in the last molar the maximum of 27 for the Asiatic and 10 or 11 for the African elephant is reached, the latter being more primitive in its tooth structure. End of Chapter 34, Part A.
Chapter 34b of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3, Paleontology. Chapter 34b, Proboscideans. Brain. As we have already seen, the brain is of an old-fashioned sort in that the forebrain does not cover the hindbrain. On the other hand, its specializations lie in its great size, which actually twice exceeds that of man and is second only to the size of the brain of the great whales. In addition to its volume, the elephant brain is noted for its convolutions, but this is in part an adaptation to size, for the bulk of an object increases with the cube of its diameter, while the surface enlarges with the square. The one, therefore, outruns the other, and if they are to bear a definite ratio to each other, the surface must be increased by infolding. Bedard speaks of the proboscidean brain as a great specialization of a low type. The intelligence of the elephant has been exaggerated by some writers and greatly minimized by others. Elephants possess a remarkable memory of injuries, real or fancied, of misfortunes, of friend and foe, and of the time and place of the ripening of favorite fruits, as many a planter knows to his cost. They also learn to perform complex labors, such as the carrying and piling of logs in the teak yards of India, without direction other than the initial order. They are obedient and docile, notably those of India, and this seems the more remarkable when it is remembered that they are not domestic animals, in the sense of being the product of generations of selective breeding, but that practically everyone is caught wild and subsequently tamed, so that these qualities of which we speak are inherent in the race. But the docility, especially of the males, is subject to rude interruption by periods of nervous excitement, apparently of a sexual nature, known as must, during which they become very dangerous and sometimes destroy the keepers in their paroxysms of rage. Ultimately, all male elephants become surly and intractable. In the wild state, such are known as rogues and live apart from their kind until they die. The great Asiatic elephant, Gunda, in the New York Zoological Park, when purchased in 1904, was so docile that children rode upon his back. In 1908, he began to show signs of surliness, and the following year made a murderous attack upon his keeper. In 1912, Gunda was put in chains for another savage assault, and in 1913, another keeper had a narrow escape from death. Finally, in 1915, the beast had become so dangerous and so unhappy that in spite of being in every other way a superb specimen, he was condemned to death and executed. His age at the time of his death was about 24 years. The famous Jumbo was sold from the London Zoological Gardens because he was no longer trustworthy from the same cause. He was not, however, a confirmed rogue, even when he died 3.5 years later. Jumbo was also 24 years old at the time of his death. There is a certain parallelism between the nature of human mental development and that of the elephant. One of the most potent factors in the evolution of man's mind is his ability to handle various objects and thus bring them before the eyes for examination. This is also true of the elephant, although to a less extent, and undoubtedly has aided materially in its mental development. Elephants have been rightly accused of timidity and cowardice, though when brought to bay, rage may simulate courage, making a charging tusker a most formidable foe. Senses. In common with most forest and jungle dwellers with whom opportunity for extended vision is rare, elephants are relatively dull of sight, though keen of scent and hearing. In fact, marvelously so, for Schillings, the German explorer, tells us that they either have an acuteness of some known sense far beyond our comprehension, or some other sense unknown to us. The latter, however, is hardly possible, and since the sentinels of the herd stand with uplifted trunk testing the breeze, it is probably in the sense of smell that elephants are thus gifted. Evidences for evolution. Ontogeny. But little is known of the earlier stages of elephant ontogeny owing to the great scarcity of embryonic material. The smallest and most immature embryo, of which a description has been thus far published, was pictured in L'Illustration for December 20th, 1912. In this picture, the creature, whose length was but 17 centimeters, 6 5/8 inches, is seen astride an ordinary drinking glass tumbler, but even at this early stage is essentially elephantine, proboscis and all. About the only thing noticeable in the picture wherein the specimen departs from the normal elephant is the marked angulation of the limbs and the relatively greater length of the foot below the heel. The embryo is that of an African elephant from the Congo. Aside from the gradual increase in tooth complexity with age, perhaps the most notable ontogenetic change is the heightening of the skull with the development of the diplo. For the cranium of a newborn elephant is like that of other mammals, a comparatively thin-walled brain case, the cavity of which increases but little in size with the growth of the skull as a whole, as the figure shows. Phylogeny. Size. The phylogenetic changes, on the other hand, are amply recorded by the remarkably extensive series of fossil Proboscidea which have come to light. If Merytherium, see page 593, is to be considered a Proboscidean in the direct line of descent, its estimated height of 3.5 feet may be taken as the one extreme in the series, that of Elephas antiquus of 14 feet as the other, an increase of about 4 diameters, or 64 times in bulk. Dentition. The dental formula of Merytherium may be expressed thus: incisors, upper right 3, left 3, lower right 3, left 3, canines upper 1 and 1, lower 0, premolars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, molars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, equaling upper 20, lower 18, equals 38 teeth, a very slight reduction from the normal 44. In Paleomastodon, see page 593, the formula is incisors upper 1 and 1, lower 1 and 1, canines upper 1 and 1, lower 0, premolars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, molars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, equals 16 upper, 14 lower, equals 30. In Mastodon americanus, deciduous teeth, incisors upper 1 and 1, lower 1 and 1, canines upper 0 and 0, lower 0 and 0, molars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, equaling 8 upper, 8 lower, 16. Permanent teeth, incisors upper 1, lower 0 to 1, canines upper 0, lower 0, premolars upper 1, lower 1, molars upper 3 and 3, lower 3 and 3, equals upper 10, lower 8, equals 18 to 20. Elephas, deciduous and permanent. Incisors upper 2 and 2, lower 0, molars upper 6 and 6, lower 6 and 6, equals 16 upper, 12 lower, equals 28. Thus it will be seen that there is a gradual diminution in the number of the teeth during the progress of evolution. Especially is this true with reference to the number present in the jaws at any one time. In the earliest Proboscidean, Merytherium, the molar teeth are small and short-crowned, with 2 or 3 simple transverse crests separated by open valleys. As time goes on, the number of cross crests becomes greater, although in the mastodons there are never more than 5 or 6. The mastodons have, moreover, little or no cement in the intervening valleys, although the latter may be more or less interrupted by additional cusps. In some species, the worn crests are comparatively simple. In others, there is a more or less complex trefoil pattern of the enamel produced by wear. The transitional elephants of the genus Stegodon, see page 600, have more complicated teeth, the crests increasing in number up to 10 and becoming narrower. There is also a tendency towards the filling of the valleys with cement. In Elephas, the deep-crowned complex grinding teeth suitable for harsh herbage are perfected, reaching great intricacy in the Siberian mammoth Elephas primogenius, in which the number of crests may be 25 or more. In the African elephant, Loxodonta, the teeth are less complex in that not only are the crests fewer, 10 or 12, but each becomes lozenge-shaped upon wear, rather than having the form of the greatly compressed ellipse with parallel sides. Tusks. The earliest form, Merytherium, has 3 incisor teeth above on each side, the second pair of which are larger than the others and point sharply downward. The single lower incisors are in the form of procumbent tusks, almost horizontal in their position. Paleomastodon, the next stage, has a single pair of tusks above, with a broad enamel band and a pair of spatulate ones below, at the end of the elongating lower jaw. None of the tusks are continuously growing as in later forms. From Paleomastodon on, the tusks are born in both jaws and grow continuously throughout life. The upper pair, which are curved downward, possessing an enamel band on their outer face. These are the 4 tuskers, or tetrabelodonts. Subsequently, all of the Proboscidea lose the lower tusks, although vestiges, 1 or 2, may be present in the male of the American mastodon. With the loss of the lower tusks, the upper ones turn upward and finally lose their enamel, as in the form just mentioned and in the true elephants. Lower jaw. The lower jaw also undergoes a remarkable evolutionary change, elongating at the symphysis with the development of the lower tusks until a maximum is reached, after which, with the loss of these tusks, it shortens until but a spout-like vestige of the old elongation remains. In the aberrant form Dinotherium, the lower tusks are retained, but the jaw bends downward sharply at the symphysis so that the short, pointed tusks lie at right angles to the jaw. The upper tusks are apparently lacking. Tusks seem to have had their stimulating function, that of digging, first a spade-like use of the spatulate lower tusks, the upper ones having possibly a pickaxe-like function for loosening the earth. Later, when the upper ones assume the entire digging function, as we have seen, they turn upward instead of down. The African elephant to this day is a most industrious digger, and the right tusk, as a consequence, is almost always the shorter of the two. The use to which Dinotherium puts its lower tusks is conjectural. There is reason to believe, however, that it may have been partially aquatic, and the simplicity of its teeth points to a very succulent sort of food, possibly of aquatic or swamp vegetation. If so, the tusks may have been used for detaching it. Proboscis. The presence of a proboscis is always indicated by the shortening and backward retreat of the nasal bones, together with the strengthening of the adjoining bones for muscle attachment. There is therefore no reason to believe that Merytherium bore a proboscis of any sort, although it may have possessed a prehensile upper lip. But even this cannot be proved. In Paleomastodon, on the other hand, the nasals have receded and the rear of the skull has begun to heighten, indicating that a proboscis has been developed probably merely for the purpose of reaching beyond the lower tusks. Thus, the development of the latter seems to have been the prime cause of the growth of the trunk, which developed pari passu with the elongating lower jaw. Although the jaw was long, however, the proboscis was distinctly limited in its movement, for while it could be raised and swayed from side to side, it could not be bent downward unless to one side of the jaw. The shortening of the jaw, or, as in the Dinotherium, its downward curvature, left the proboscis as the wonderful pendant organ which the living elephant possesses. End of Chapter 34b. Recording by Francis Wicks, Canada. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 34c of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3, Paleontology. Chapter 34c, Proboscideans. Ancestry. Early tertiary ancestors. The genus Merytherium, Meris, an ancient lake near which the remains were found, and beast, comes from rocks of late Eocene and lower Oligocene age in what is known as the Fayum district of the Libyan desert, some 60 miles southwest of Cairo, Egypt. The form is imperfectly known, except for the skull, which is unlike that of any other proboscidean in that the face is short, the middle portion long, and there is no indication of a proboscis. However, it does show the beginnings of proboscidean evolution in that the nasal openings are large and are beginning to recede. The air cells are beginning to form in the back of the skull. The second pair of upper incisors are enlarging into tusks. The molars are transversely ridged, and the anterior part of the lower jaw is elongating and becoming spout-like. So much of the skeleton as is known indicates an animal about 3.5 feet high. This creature was probably a swamp dweller, living upon the succulent semi-aquatic herbage of the time. It is unrecorded outside of the Fayum, but seems to have existed into the lower Oligocene so as to become a contemporary with the next genus. The succeeding genus in the evolutionary series, Paleomastodon, from ancient and mastodon, was also discovered in the lower Oligocene of the Fayum district, but has recently been reported from the Gaj horizon of northern India in the Siwalik Hills. It is an undoubted proboscidean of larger size than its predecessor and with limbs much like those of modern types. The skull has increased materially in height, with a considerable development of diplo, and the small nasals with their openings have receded so that they lie just in front of the orbit, much as in the modern tapirs. This would imply the development of a short extensile proboscis. The upper and lower canine and incisor teeth have entirely disappeared, with the exception of the second pair of incisors, which have become well-developed tusks. Those of the upper jaw are large, downward curved, and have a band of enamel on their outer face. The lower jaw has elongated considerably, especially at the symphysis, and the tusks point directly forward, as in Merytherium. The premolar teeth have 2 and the molars 3 transverse crests composed of distinct tubercles, while the hindermost teeth is tending to develop yet another crest. The neck is fairly long, although the posterior cervical vertebrae tend to shorten. Dinotherium, an extinct proboscidean whose remains have been found in the Miocene and Pliocene of Europe and India, differs remarkably from the contemporary mastodons, mainly in its dentition, in that the teeth, which are more numerous than in the proboscideans in general, and have the normal vertical succession, have but 2 transverse crests. They are therefore the simplest of proboscidean molars. The upper tusks appear to be lacking, and, as we have seen, the lower jaw, with its contained tusks, bends abruptly downward at the symphysis. There is evidence for the presence of a well-developed trunk, and the remainder of the skeleton is typically proboscidean. The skull and the body and limbs have much the proportions of the American mastodon. A gigantic skeleton from the Romanian Pliocene, Dinotherium gigantissimum, exceeds the largest mastodon in stature. We can conjecture little of the origin or of the habits of this form, except that its food must have been of a very succulent sort. Its line must have diverged from the main proboscidean stem very early, as even Paleomastodon is too far advanced to have given rise to it. It represents an aberrant sideline of fairly long duration. Later tertiary mastodons. There is considerable confusion as to the exact relationship of the various species of later tertiary mastodons, and their exact phylogeny is not yet clearly understood, so the classification here given is tentative and subject to future revision. It seems most natural to group together all of the 4-tusked mastodons with the elongated lower jaw under the name Tetrabelodon, Greek 4, dart, and tooth. A study of their molar teeth seems to show that at least 2 parallel evolutionary lines would be thus included, both of which, from the trend of proboscidean evolution, pass through a 4-tusk stage. Classifying them in this way, we recognize 2 principal genera, Trilaphodon, 3 and crest, and Tetralaphodon, 4, and crest, in which the intermediate molars, milk molar 4, molars 1 and 2, have 3 and 4 cross crests respectively. Trilophodon is the third stage in proboscidean evolution, if we omit Dinotherium, and is well represented by the Miocene Trilophodon angustidens, of which a splendid specimen from Gers, France, is preserved in the Museum of the Jardin des Plantes at Paris. It was an animal of considerable size, nearly as large as the Indian elephant, but differing from it in the enormously long lower jaw, which, with its contained tusks, had reached a mechanical limit of efficiency. The downward curved, enamel-banded upper tusks do not reach much beyond the limit of those of the lower jaw. The adult molars have attained such a size that but 2 can be contained in a jaw at any one time. Correlated with the great length of the jaws is a marked increase in the diploe of the skull. Trilophodon was a great migrant, for not only do we find its remains in Europe and Africa, but it was the first proboscidean to reach North America, and must have come by way of Asia early in the Miocene time. Thereafter, the Proboscidea formed an important element in the fauna of North America, until the extinction of the American mastodon in post-glacial time. Trilophodon productus is a well-known Texan specimen from the Pliocene. The group known as Tetralophodon is also long-jawed. One American form, Swann LULL, from the Nebraska Pliocene, possessing a mandible at least 6 feet in length and very heavily built, and the entire animal must have been ponderous. The type specimen, that of a very old animal, has but one badly worn molar left in each jaw. Tetralophodonts are numerous in both the Old and New World. In the latter, they give rise to the next genus to be considered, Dibelodon. In Dibelodon, Greek for 2 and dart, the molar teeth are similar, and, because the intervening valleys are blocked by additional cusps, form, when worn, a rather intricate enamel pattern. It differs from the Tetralophodont group, however, in the loss of its lower tusks and the consequent shortening of the jaw. The enamel band of the upper tusks also tend to disappear, and in its final stage we have a form not unlike mastodon itself, except for the greater complication of its grinders. Dibelodon is found widespread in the Pliocene of North America, and, as far as we know, was almost the only proboscidean to reach South America, where it spread, one species along the Andean highland, another in the lower country to the east. The genus persisted into the Pleistocene in the southern hemisphere, but in the north was replaced by mastodon. Mastodon, Greek for breast and tooth, the best known of American proboscideans, belongs in reality to the Trilophodont group, as its intermediate molars possessed but 3 crests. They also lack the intervening cusps of Tetralophodon, so that the tooth is simpler in its appearance. The lower jaw is shortened in common with that of all later proboscideans, but, as we have seen, vestigial and apparently functionless tusks may be present in some lower jaws, presumably those of the males. The huge specimen, the so-called Warren mastodon, in the American Museum of Natural History, has but one such tusk, while the Otisville specimen, a splendid young male, mounted in the Yale Museum, has none, nor is there any trace of a socket. The mastodon attained a height about equal to that of the Indian elephant, from 7 to 9 feet, but was much stockier and more robust in build, a feature especially noticeable in the breadth of the pelvis and the massiveness of the limb bones. The skull also differs from that of the true elephants in its lower, more primitive contour, and although there is a large development of air cells in the cranial walls, the brain cavity is relatively larger. The upper tusks are comparable to those of the elephants in the absence of enamel. Their length may exceed 9 feet. There are but 2 adult molars in the jaws at any one time. The mastodons were Pliocene and Pleistocene in range, outliving the true elephants in North America. In geographical distribution, they range from Europe across Asia to Alaska, and thence southward throughout the United States. They seem to have been more exclusively forest-dwelling forms than the true elephants which were their contemporaries. Their remains have been found chiefly as a result of drainage excavations in the swamps and boggy lands where they were doubtless mired and thus preserved from decay. This is especially true in New York, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Iowa, where it is said that almost every bog contains a mastodon. The food consisted of twigs of hemlock, spruce, and other evergreen trees, possibly other herbaceous vegetation as well, and one specimen, found in Ulster County, New York, had preserved with the bones a quantity of long, dense, shaggy hair of a dark golden-brown color. True elephants. In order to trace the evolution of the true elephants, one must go back to the Upper Miocene of southern India, to the form known as Mastodon latidens. This creature gave rise to a species variously known as Mastodon elephantoides, that is, elephant-like, or Stegodon, Greek to cover, clifti, for its transitional character is such that authorities differ as to whether it is a mastodon or an elephant. In Stegodon, the molar teeth have more numerous ridges than in the true mastodons, and the name is given because of the roof-like character of these ridges, the summits of which are subdivided into 5 or 6 small rounded prominences. There is a thin layer of cement over the enamel in an unworn tooth, but no great accumulation of it in the valleys, in contrast with the elephants. These teeth show how slight the transition is. However, add merely a filling of cement to bind the crest together, and the elephant tooth is formed. True Stegodon remains have been found only in southern and southeastern Asia, which suggests that that region may have been the original home of the true elephants. The elephants have been sufficiently defined in the anatomical section of this chapter. Aside from the living forms, 2 species are peculiar to the European Pliocene and Pleistocene, and 2 to the North American, while a third, the hairy mammoth, Elephas, Greek for elephant, primigenius, is common to both and to northern Asia as well. The European species were Elephas antiquus, the straight-tusked elephant, and Elephas meridionalis, the former being the more primitive and showing the closest affinity with the living African species Loxodonta. Both these and E. primigenius were contemporaries of early man in Europe during the glacial period. The American species are, first, E. imperator, the larger so-called southern or imperial mammoth or elephant, as its remains are found in Mexico, whence it ranged into Texas, California, and as far north as Nebraska. A single molar teeth described from British Guiana seems to pertain to this elephant. If so, it is the only other species of Proboscidean, aside from the genus Dibelodon, recorded from the southern continent. The molars of the imperial elephant are distinctive in that the crests are relatively few and the surrounding cement very thick. The second American species is Elephas columbi, the Columbian elephant, a successor of Imperator, distinguished by its lesser stature and more numerous crests to the teeth. Each of the American species seems to have been characterized by the extreme spiral form of the tusks, which in old age actually crossed at the tip, so that their primal function of digging was utterly lost, nor were they efficient weapons of offense or defense. They have been cited as instances of evolutionary momentum, if such a thing exists, and certainly, so far as we can see, were detrimental to their owner rather than otherwise. E. columbi is widespread throughout the United States up to the limits of the range of E. primigenius, which replaced it in the north. The distinction between the 2 species, however, is not always clear, and there may have been transitional forms. Elephas primigenius is the hairy or woolly mammoth, the mammoth of popular knowledge. It was a near relative of the living Asiatic elephant, but adapted to withstand the cold of the Arctic climate. This adaptation lay in the development of a coat of coarse, long, black hair with a thick coat of brown wool beneath. It was circumpolar in its range, being found in great abundance along the shores of the Arctic Ocean, but extending southward into Spain and Italy and Europe, and as far as North Carolina and California in the New World. The famous frozen specimens of the Siberian tundras, that of the Lynne Delta found in 1799, and that of Bereskova in 1901, now mounted in the Petrograd Museum, have been described in Chapter 25. According to Matthew, the contents of the stomach show that these animals fed upon the same vegetation, grasses and sedges, birches, alders, poplars, etc., that prevails today in the far north. They must have been very numerous, as their tusks constitute 1/2 of the commercial ivory annually available and represent thus far a herd of no fewer than 40,000 individuals. Not, of course, those living at any one time, but the accumulation of centuries. That the mammoth was a familiar animal to prehistoric man is attested by the numerous drawings of them made by the artists of the Upper Paleolithic age on the walls of caverns. The teeth of the mammoth reached a maximum degree of complexity, doubtless an adaptation to the harsh vegetation of the north. Their tusks were of two sorts, one shorter and straighter, the other a long spiral, rivaling the tusks of the Columbian elephant. In size, the mammoth, despite its name, was not great, as it rarely, if ever, exceeded the stature of the Indian elephant of today. Living elephants. There are but two well-defined species of elephants extant, and these are reaching the natural limits of their racial life. They are, first, the Indian or Asiatic elephant, Elephas indicus or maximus, which inhabits the forest regions of southwest and northeast India, Ceylon, Burma, Assam, Siam, Cochin China, Sumatra, and Borneo. During the hot season, they are confined to the denser parts of the forest, generally near water, while during the rainy season they range into the open, feeding on the tender grasses. The African elephant, Loxodontia, Greek for slanting, Africana, is distinguished by its greater size, enormous ears, lower forehead, and larger tusks, also by the character of its grinding teeth. It is confined to the wooded districts of Africa south of the Sahara and north of the Cunene and Zambezi rivers. But in many districts it is becoming extremely scarce owing to the persecution of the ivory hunters, for its ivory is of a finer quality, as well as being more abundant than that of the Indian species. Lucas tells us that in the course of a few years, not a single old individual will be left alive, and unless they are protected by law, they are doomed to a speedy extinction. The African elephant is rarely tamed, although it may be fully as tractable as its relative. A number of subspecies of African elephants have been described, most of which are geographical races, differing mainly in the form and proportion of their ears. End of chapter 34C.
Part 3, Section 3, Chapter 35A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 35A, Horses. The evolution of the horse has for humanity a very deep interest, because of the debt of gratitude which man owes to this humble servitor and comrade, and because of the fact that, largely through the unwearying efforts of Professor Marsh of Yale University, a collection of fossil horses was there assembled which was to prove the first documentary record of the evolution of a race. As such, it still remains absolutely unique. This classic collection was studied by Huxley, who pronounced it conclusive evidence in favor of evolution. Darwin was so impressed with its importance that he would have visited it had his health permitted, but he died without having seen such a culminating proof of the theory of evolution. Equine adaptations. The adaptations undergone by the horse are in their last analysis reducible to two things: the perfection of the mechanism for food-getting and of that for speed, which constitutes the principal means of defense. And the influence upon the creature of these two groups of modification is so great that the entire body shows specialization, and we cannot, as in the elephant's or in the human body, point to a number of primitive characteristics with a veneer of specialization along certain narrow lines. Hence we may dismiss the consideration of archaic features in the horse and pass at once to its specializations. Bodily contour. Many of the equine adaptations have been referred to in Chapter 19. It is only necessary to summarize them with exclusive reference to the horse. In order to reduce air resistance, the body, neck, and head are smoothly rounded, with no needless excrescences, and with perfect symmetry of form, so that a running horse with head extended and ears laid back conforms to the numerical or streamlines almost as perfectly as does a bird or even a fish. This same symmetry is seen in the limbs, long and slender distally, and with the powerful muscles bunched at shoulder and thigh where they blend more or less with the contours of the body, the force being transmitted to the feet by long slender tendons. This concentration of the weight high on the legs, as we have seen, quickens their rate of movement without diminishing the length of stride. Limbs and feet. The limbs themselves have departed widely from the ancient plantigrade gait of their primal ancestry and are unguligrade in that only the tip of the single toe, encased in its modified nail, is in contact with the ground. The wrist, the so-called foreknee, and the ankle, the hock, being raised far above the medium of support. Thus the lengthening of the distal limb segments is obtained not only by the actual elongation of the bones themselves, but also by their posture. The reduction of digits is also manifest, the horse being one of the few mammals which ever attained monodactyly, although the equivalent reduction in the artiodactyl or even-toed foot to the irreducible minimum of 2 has been several times acquired. This diminution of digits carries with it a corresponding reduction of the second bone of the lower segment of each limb, that is, the ulna of the forearm and the fibula of the lower leg. In the former case especially, this means a loss of universal motion, for it is only by the combined action of both radius and ulna that the rotary movement of the hand upon the arm is effected. Only the proximal third of the ulna, which forms the greater portion of the elbow joint, is retained. All of the limb joints, with the exception of the hip and shoulder, are of the tongue and groove variety, their motion being thereby limited to the fore and aft plane. Within the limits thus imposed, however, the range of movement is very great. The shoulder girdle is reduced, as in all cursorial types, in that the clavicle or collarbone has disappeared, and there is no real articulation left between the shoulder blade and the remainder of the skeleton. This also permits great freedom of motion in the limited plane. Lengthening of limbs implies a coordinate elongation of the neck and skull in contrast with the lack of such modification in the elephant. In general, there is in a cursorial form a recognizable speed index, as indicated by the ratio of length to diameter in the limb bones. And not only does this ratio hold for each of the several bones concerned in locomotion, but it may also be seen in the skull, vertebrae, ribs, and other skeletal elements as well. The hoof, which terminates the single remaining digit, is a marvel of perfection, strong, of the right degree of growth to offset a normal wear, and with the shock-absorbing cushion, or frog, to guard the system from the great concussion produced by the impact of the foot with the ground at high speed. The perfection of the foot and limb to withstand such a shock is illustrated by the jumper Heatherbloom, a horse which held a record of 8 feet 2 inches, in which the entire weight of the animal, coming from such a height, was repeatedly received on what is equivalent to the middle finger of the 2 hands. That the limit of such evolution has practically been reached, however, is evident from the fact that many a fine horse has been destroyed merely because a rutted road caused the fracture of a single bone strained beyond endurance. Bone is a wonderfully efficient material, and it is utilized in what is mechanically the very best possible way to produce results, but with a very close margin of safety. It is this last fact that makes further speed adaptation for so large an animal virtually impossible. Skull. The skull is characterized by a large and well-developed brain case, orbits completely surrounded by bone, and an elongated face, the purpose of which is twofold. First, the raising of the eyes as far above the ground as possible, while grazing in order to increase the range of vision, so essential for safety's sake, and second, to allow room for the development of the deep-crowned grazing teeth. The elongation of the jaws separates, without reduction in their numbers, those teeth which are concerned with the prehension of food, the incisors, from those whose function is that of mastication, the premolars and molars. Incidentally, the gap or diastema thus produced forms a convenient place for the bit, and thus aids in the subjugation of the creature, but this was hardly nature's purpose in its production. Teeth. There is a tendency toward tooth reduction as the anterior premolar, the so-called wolf tooth, which although one of the premolar series is unchanged, is rarely present. Then, too, the tusks or canines are rarely developed in the female, although the normal male always possesses them. Sex characters are so rarely distinguishable among fossil forms that the lower jaw of a Miocene horse, Merychippus, in the Yale collection, in which there is absolutely no trace of canines, was at once hailed by its discoverer as that of a mare. The incisors, or cropping teeth, are long crowned and are, with the single exception of Macrauchenia, a peculiar ungulate of the South American Pleistocene, unique in possessing a pit-like depression in the grinding face. This pit, which is worn away with use, is one of the best criteria of its possessor's age. The 3 molars and 3 preceding premolars of each jaw have become deep-crowned, hypsodont grinding teeth, having the form of slightly curved prisms, strengthened by 3 buttresses on their outer convex face. The teeth are composed of the 3 materials which characterize the elephant's tooth: dentine, enamel, and cement, elaborately interwoven when seen in cross-section. As these substances differ markedly in hardness, differential wear produces a characteristic pattern of the more resistant enamel upon the wearing surface. For a while the teeth continue to grow, extending deeper and deeper into the jaw, and at the same time moving slowly outward to compensate for wear. Finally, at about 5½ years of age, the dimensional limit of the jaw is practically reached, which of course makes further growth of the tooth impossible. Then the roots are formed and the tooth is completed. The outward movement, however, still continues, cancellous bony tissue filling the gradually vacated socket, until the tooth is so nearly consumed as to be of no further service, when it is shed. The rate of growth and the outward movement are in absolute accord with the normal rate of wear, and the entire tooth is nicely calculated to last throughout the potential lifetime of the animal, about 34 years. With its final consumption, malnutrition results, which, coupled with other evidences of senility, summons the horse to its final rest. Size. Another equine characteristic is size, for aside from the elephants, rhinoceroses, and hippopotamuses, the horse compares favorably with any terrestrial animal, being equaled only by the larger bovines, the cattle, buffalo, and bison. This is, of course, especially true of certain domestic strains, such as the Percheron horses, some of which reach a shoulder height of 19 hands, or 76 inches, and a weight of over 2,400 pounds. On the other hand, the Shetland ponies are reduced in physical dimensions, largely due to the harsh, restricted conditions of their island home, but aided by selective breeding. The following comparative measurements are given by Chubb for 2 animals the skeletons of which he has most admirably mounted in the American Museum of Natural History. Giant Draft Horse. Height at shoulders 6 feet 1 inch, 18 1/4 hands. Weight in life 2,370 pounds. Bulk of humerus 118 3/4 cubic inches. Bulk of femur 188 cubic inches. Shetland pony, height at shoulders 2 feet 9 3/8 inches, 8 1/8 hands. Weight in life 170 pounds. Bulk of humerus 9 1/2 cubic inches. Bulk of femur 13 1/2 cubic inches. Brain and mentality. The brain is not only of considerable size, but is of a relatively high type compared with those of other mammals, and is richly convoluted. The intelligence of the horse is great, but not equal to that of the elephant. As compared with the cattle, on the other hand, the horse is much the more intelligent, and is able to keep out of trouble and care for itself under trying conditions which prove fatal to the former. The docility of the horse and its ability to learn not only from its master, but also from experience, are notable. On the other hand, it is emotional, and its psychology is largely linked up with its normal mode of defense, flight. For the first impulse of a domestic horse upon seeing any incomprehensible thing is to run away, sometimes to its own and its owner's destruction. In the wild state this same impulse is of the greatest possible value as a means of survival. Senses. All 3 of the major senses, sight, hearing, and smell, are well developed. Of the 3, hearing is perhaps of the least importance to a plains-dwelling creature, just as sight is to one which is forest-bred. Evolutionary summary. Briefly stated, the evolutionary changes which the anatomy of the horse would lead us to predict are: increase in size, lengthening of the limbs, reduction of ulna and fibula with a consequent limitation of the range of movement, change of the foot posture from plantigrade to unguligrade, reduction and loss of digits from 5 to 1, perfection of the hoof, perfection of the dental battery in elongation and complexity of teeth, premolars becoming molariform. That these changes are all recorded in the paleontological record is conclusive proof of equine evolution. End of chapter 35A. Part 3, Section 3, Chapter 35B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 35B, Horses. Paleontology of the horse. Place of origin. We have spoken of the simultaneous appearance of the modernized mammals in the Old and New Worlds, and the consequent belief in their origin in some contiguous landmass, which we have designated as Boreal Holarctica. What is true of the modernized mammals in general is true of the horses in particular, although as yet it is incapable of actual demonstration. The London clay, however, an Eocene formation of Europe, has produced Hyracotherium, the Old World's most ancient known equine, while in the Wasatch Rocks of western North America, of nearly equivalent age, the earliest American genus, Eohippus, has been found. These two genera are very much alike, but the premolar teeth of Hyracotherium, especially the second one of the upper jaw, are more simple than in Eohippus, thus stamping the Old World type as the most primitive horse-like form known. Horses are found from time to time in Europe and Asia as one ascends the geologic column, but the sequence does not seem to be continuous as it is in North America. Hence the inference, first clearly brought to Huxley through the study of the Yale series, that North America was the real theater of equine evolution, while the Old World horses were merely the relics of genera which migrated thence from time to time as barriers to dispersal were temporarily removed. The earlier of these migrations, while interesting, are unimportant from the standpoint of the evolutionary continuity. Had it not been, however, for the final Pliocene migration of the horses to the great Asiatic continent within whose fastnesses they found asylum, their inexplicable extinction in the New World during the Pleistocene would have closed the book of their progress forever, and we would see them only as our paleontologic vision is able to pierce the gloomy curtain of the geologic past. Eocene. Several generic names have been applied to the Eocene horses, of which Eohippus, the dawn horse, and Orohippus, the mountain horse, are the best known American forms. The first comes from the Lower Eocene, Wasatch, formation, and the latter succeeds it in the Middle Eocene Bridger beds. Both are from Wyoming and New Mexico. The Eocene was a time of warm, moist climate, during which North America was clothed with a luxuriant vegetation, forests in which grew both evergreen and deciduous trees of a distinctly modern character, and, beside the numerous streams and lakes, sedgy meadows which in turn gave rise to grassy plains. Such was the environment of the first known horses, which were already somewhat advanced toward their evolutionary goal. Eohippus was a small but graceful creature, about 12 inches or 3 hands in height at the withers, with arched back, short head and neck, limbs of moderate length, and showing in the digitigrade character of the feet the beginnings of cursorial adaptation. In fact, the general proportions are much those of a dog, such as the fox terrier or the whippet. The hand bore 4 complete toes, each terminating in a hoof-like nail, while the foot had but 3, although a splint-like remnant of a 4th is present, and, in at least one specimen, the tiny splint-like vestige of the 5th is also seen. The advance of evolutionary progress shown by the foot over the hand is interesting, for it shows the foot to have been the main propelling organ, and therefore the first to feel the influence of cursorial adaptation, and it also shows the reluctant relinquishment of general utility for mere propulsion on the part of the hand. There is as yet no reduction of the ulna, nor of the fibula. The dentition is also advancing, in that the molars already begin to foreshadow their future complication. The originally separate cusps are fusing into cross crusts, and the hinder premolar is becoming molariform. In Orohippus, a further advance is indicated by the loss of the splint of the fifth digit of the foot, the shortening of the outer finger of the hand, the perfection of the molar-like character of the fourth or hindermost premolar, and the beginning of the molariform change in the third. Epihippus, from the upper Eocene Uinta formation, goes yet further in that the third and fourth premolars are molariform, and the second begins to be so modified. The digits of the hand are still 4, and those of the foot 3, but the middle digit of each begins to be the dominant one. There is on the part of the Eocene horses a gradual increase in size, the type skeleton of Orohippus mounted at Yale measuring 13½ inches in height. Epihippus was still larger, but the complete skeleton thereof is as yet unknown. The known range of Eocene horses from Europe to New Mexico speaks for their migratory powers, always a characteristic of the equine hordes. Oligocene. The Oligocene was a time of increased aridity due in large part to continental uplift. And while much of the same conditions prevailed as in the Eocene, there was a consequent dwindling of streams and lakes which gave impetus to the development of broad meadowlands and of true prairie as well. Thus there were 3 conditions, woodland, meadows, and dry prairie, which seem to have given rise to several parallel lines of equine evolution, some of which terminated, being overcome in the struggle for existence, while others flourished and gave rise to the horses of the Miocene. But 2 genera of Oligocene horses are recognized, Mesohippus and Myohippus, the former one lower and middle Oligocene, the latter confined to the upper Oligocene. Mesohippus, which had attained the size of a prairie wolf, had 3 functional digits in both hand and foot, although a rather long splint bone represented the 5th digit in the former. The middle toe in each instance was much the largest, and the lateral ones in consequence bore less of the creature's weight. Mesohippus bairdi, the best known form, averaged about 18 inches or 4½ hands in height, and was a slender-limbed creature, very well adapted for speed. Mesohippus intermedius was larger, fully the size of a sheep, averaging 24 inches or 6 hands in height, and was in some ways unprogressive, which, together with the conditions under which it is found, may be taken as indicative of a conservative forest-dwelling form, in contrast with the progressive plains-living type. In all Oligocene horses the premolar teeth, with the exception of the small, simple first premolar, are fully molariform. Miocene. The Miocene was a time of great continental elevation and witnessed a wide expansion of our western prairies and a further diminution of the forest-clad areas. As a consequence, many browsing animals, well fitted for survival under former conditions, could not endure the change and perished, but the grazing types, horses, camels, deer, and antelope, adapting themselves to the new conditions, throve and spread amazingly and became the dominant forms of mammalian life. The Miocene horses were several, representing at least 3 lines of adaptation, 2 of which, Merychippus and Hipparion, were to survive, while another, Hypohippus, was doomed to speedy extinction. Hypohippus, known as the forest horse, had broad, low-crowned teeth fitted only for browsing on succulent herbage. The feet were 3-toed, which was equally true of all Miocene horses, but were distinctive in their broad spreading character, with well-developed lateral hoofs, as though adapted, like the living caribou, to a soft yielding ground rather than hard prairie soil. In the hand, vestiges of the 1st and 5th digits may yet be seen as small nodules of bone at the back of the wrist. Thus, in spite of its having attained the size of a pony, 40 inches or so in height, the creature was otherwise persistently primitive and did not long continue to exist. A huge form, Hypohippus matthewi, lately described from Nebraska, greatly exceeded the more typical Hypohippus equinus in size. Merychippus is of especial interest in that it marks the transition from the horse-like forms with short-crowned uncemented teeth, Hyracotheres, to the true horses whose long-crowned fully cemented grinders are suited to the harsh vegetation of the plains. In Merychippus the milk teeth are short-crowned and have little or no cement and are thus reminiscent of its ancestry, while the permanent teeth are intermediate in length of crown and quite heavily cemented and are thus prophetic of the future. This is one of the most remarkable instances of the ontogenetic evidence of evolution seen among the horses. Merychippus is three-toed, in some instances with vestiges of the outermost digits of the hand. The lateral toes vary somewhat in the different species, though never reaching the ground, so that while structurally three-toed, the feet are functionally one-toed. The skull of this genus is the first in which the hinder border of the orbit is completed by sending downward a bony bar to join the zygomatic arch. Protohippus and Pliohippus, of the Upper Miocene and Pliocene, are two closely related genera. In fact, the distinction between them is not always clear. It may suffice to say that Protohippus represents a form derived from Merychippus, but differing in that the milk as well as the permanent teeth are moderately long-crowned and cemented, and in that the hand and foot still bear three toes, while in Pliohippus we have the first one-toed horse. Pliohippus is also characterized by having a peculiar pit or depression in front of the orbit, which may have lodged a scent gland like the larmier of deer, and doubtless of similar function. Pliohippus had a shoulder height of some 40 inches or 10 hands. Yet another Miocene horse was Hipparion, closely related to the two preceding genera, from the former of which it is sometimes difficult to distinguish it. The following diagnostic characteristics are based upon a skeleton of Hipparion whitneyi from South Dakota, preserved in the American Museum. This species, except for the very large head, had the graceful and slender proportions of the antelopes, but in Protohippus and especially Pliohippus, the skeleton approached more nearly the stockier proportions of the modern horses. The Hipparion whitneyi is regarded by Professor Osborn as fitted to live in a semi-desert country, and in contrast to the Hypohippus is called the three-toed desert horse. The argument for this belief is seen in the highly perfected teeth, the pattern of whose enamel is in some instances more complexly enfolded than in any other horse, doubtless an adaptation to the harshest of herbage. The splendid fleetness which the skeleton implies is corroborative evidence. Hipparion is another world migrant, as its remains are found not only in Colorado, Nebraska, and South Dakota in great abundance, but even in far-off Greece, where in Lower Pliocene rocks of Perkemy near Athens they are entombed. Hipparion whitneyi reached a height of 40 inches or 10 hands, while Hipparion gracilis of Perkemy stood 44 inches at the shoulder. Pliocene. Pliocene time was one of great unrest. Conditions were becoming more and more severe, prophetic of the glacial period. New land bridges arose where none had existed for ages, and we find great consequent faunal interchanges recorded. It is not remarkable, therefore, that Hipparion reached the Old World just as the true elephants made their first appearance in the New. Another notable Pliocene event was the appearance for the first time in geological history of true horses in South America, whither they went in company with the dibelodont mastodons. The South American Pliocene horse was Hippidion, evidently a derivative of Protohippus, but differing in having short, stout rather than slender, one-toed feet. The teeth are like those of Pliohippus, but the skull differs remarkably in the extremely long, slender nasal bones, which, together with the great size of the head, must have given the creature a very peculiar cast of countenance. Hippidion, which had attained a stature of 12¼ hands, lingered into the Pleistocene, where it became Onohippidion, a creature but recently extinct, if one may judge from the fresh-looking horny hoofs preserved in certain Patagonian caves. The modern horse first appears in the Upper Pliocene beds of Eurasia and North America, and represents the culmination of the race. The feet are one-toed, but with well-developed splints of the second and fourth digits still remaining. In some individuals these are fused with the cannon bone, in others they are free. The teeth are long columnar structures of intricate enamel pattern, admirably adapted to their owner's needs, and the animal has attained the maximum stature consistent with fleetness. End of chapter 35b. Part 3, Section 3, Chapter 35c of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 35c. Horses. Pleistocene. A number of extinct species of equus are recorded, principally from the Pleistocene of both North and South America and the Old World. Of these, the best known is Scott's horse, Equus scotti, from the Staked Plains, Llano Estacado of Texas. This species, of which a number of perfect specimens have been found, was discovered at Rock Creek, Texas, in 1899 by an expedition from the American Museum of Natural History. 13 years later, a party from Yale reopened the quarry and secured several more specimens, one of which is now mounted in the Yale Museum. It is of an animal about 15 hands in height, having somewhat the proportions of a western bronco, but with a very large head and with teeth greater than those of a modern dray horse, although very similar in pattern. Horses of this or related species, some smaller, others larger, are extraordinarily abundant wherever the earlier Pleistocene deposits are found in North America, and they evidently survived the first glacial advance, but shortly afterward, why we cannot tell, they became extinct not only in North, but in South America as well. This apparently was also true of Europe, but in Asia and Africa the race found sanctuary. Otherwise the horse would be included with the mastodons, ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, and a host of other splendid creatures among the totally extinct. Glacial conditions alone seem inadequate to account for this great tragedy, for not only did the hand of death bear heavily upon the equine herds within the limits of the ice belt, but far beyond, to the uttermost confines of the Western Hemisphere. That no permanent change of environment occurred to render the earth unsuitable for these creatures is evident from the amazing way in which the few imported horses liberated by the Spanish conquistadors multiplied and spread, giving rise to the great herds of wild mustangs in both North and South America. We look naturally, therefore, for some other cause of extinction, and the one of all theories that seems most plausible is the bringing in by migrating animals of insect-transmitted disease, such as the sleeping sickness of Africa, or the Surra disease which attacks domestic horses in India. A further discussion of this problem has been given in Chapter 17 on parasitism and degeneracy. So far as we know now, such an extinction cause is incapable of proof, unless it shall be found that these diseases produce a recorded change upon the bones themselves, for of course the soft anatomy of fossil horses is utterly beyond our reach for direct study. Living horses. Several species of horse-like animals are yet alive in their wild condition in Asia and Africa, all of those of Europe and the Americas being either domesticated or feral, that is, of domestic ancestry. Of the true horses, but one wild type remains, the Mongolian or Przewalski horse, the tarpan of the Gobi Desert of Central Asia and the neighboring regions. It is a small animal standing but 12 hands, of a yellow dun or buckskin color, with black mane, tail, and legs, and a white muzzle. There is no forelock, the mane is short and upright, and there is a decided beard beneath the relatively large head. At least 3 other primitive types of true horses are living under the fostering care of mankind, and these, or an admixture of them, constitute our various domestic breeds. Of them the first is the Celtic pony, pale buff, mouse gray, or even brown, with a large forelock and tuft beneath the jaw, a light-colored mane and tail, but with a certain admixture of black hairs. There is long bushy hair at the base of the tail. This horse is also characterized by a short face, broad forehead, slender legs, and small hoofs, and is found from Iceland to western Norway. The second form is the Norse yellow dun or forest pony, related evidently to the Mongolian horse, but larger, stockier, and with fuller mane and tail. In some cases there is a dark stripe down the back and traces of barring on the legs. The face is longer and the hoofs relatively larger than in the Celtic horse. The Norse pony is the main ancestral stock for the ordinary domestic horses of northwestern Europe. The changes may be due to domestication or to the infusion of Arab blood. The last great type is the southern horse or barb, the Arab or thoroughbred, Equus africanus. The color of this creature is bay, sometimes gray, with black points, and often with a white star on the forehead, and 1 or more white legs. It has a small head and slender, graceful limbs, and possesses great docility and spirit. Nearest the true horse comes the Kiang, Equus harmonius, of central Mongolia and Turkestan. This creature is not an ass, although ass-like in many ways. It stands 12½ hands, the ears are horse-like and the hoofs broad, especially in front. The tail tuft is large, and there is the rudiment of a forelock. In winter the color is grayish, in summer chestnut, with no striping. The zebras are exclusively African, and are of course characterized by a very conspicuous striping when seen out of their natural surroundings. They are, nevertheless, generally reported to be protectively colored when in their appropriate habitat, although this is a subject upon which Colonel Roosevelt has much to say, as he believes that the theory of protective coloration has been considerably overdrawn. There are 2 well-defined species of zebra living, while a third, the quagga, is so recently extinct that mounted skins may yet be seen in certain museums. The plains or Burchell zebra is somewhat variable in the coloring, but always lacks the cross-striped rump, the so-called gridiron, of the true or mountain zebra. The former is still numerous; in fact it is said to be the second big game animal of the world in point of numbers. The mountain zebra, on the other hand, is becoming so rare that it is protected by law. It is more nearly related to the ass and has longer ears, narrower hoofs, and a scantier tail tuft than the Burchell species. The ass, Equus asinus, is domesticated the world over. In fact, its subjugation by mankind long antedates that of the horse. Asses are still wild in the tropics of Africa, and are gray at all seasons, with a dark back stripe. When wild the size is medium to large, ranging from 11 to 12¼ hands at the shoulder. The hoofs are small and narrow, and the forepair are no larger than the hinder ones. There are 2 varieties, the Nubian ass, which has a transverse shoulder stripe, and that of Smalley, which lacks the shoulder stripe but has barring on the legs. The domestic variety is typical of the Nubian form. Horses and man. Mankind owes a profound debt of gratitude to the horse, first in savage days as an easily obtainable food, later as a partner in his labors, without whose aid human progress toward a higher civilization would have been retarded immeasurably. It has been thought by some that the condition of semi-barbarism of the North American Indians, really a race of great potentiality, was in part due to the premature extinction of the American horses. There is no record of the association of man and the extinct horses of America, but during prehistoric times in Europe, before the extinction of the mammoth, we find records of the association of the horse and man in the form of mural decorations on the walls of caverns. It is interesting to note that at least 3 types of horses are shown by the Paleolithic artists. One a small-headed form resembling in this regard the Arab of today, another large-headed with the erect mane and beard typical of the living Przewalski horse, and a third which in contour closely resembles the Norse or forest pony. The presence of bridle-like markings on the head of one horse has been taken as an indication of domestication on the part of the prehistoric peoples. One finds, however, no trace of a drawing of a man on horseback, or other use of the animal as a beast of burden, and the idea has been advanced that possibly because of its extreme docility it may have been occasionally easier to lead home a captured horse to the slaughter than to carry home the meat. One of the most remarkable prehistoric encampments, not in caves but in the open air, is at Solutre in Saône-et-Loire, France. Here there was a fine southern exposure sheltered on the north by a steep ridge. Encircling the south side was a kind of protective wall formed almost entirely of the bones of horses, to the estimated number of 80,000 individuals. Such a wholesale slaughter, of course, extended over a long period of time, but might readily have been an important factor in local extermination when aided by the weakening effects of disease. End of chapter 35C.
Chapter 36 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. Organic Evolution, by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 36. Camels. The camels are another group of animals whose phylogeny has been very clearly demonstrated by the fossil evidence, the perfection of the record being second only to that of the horses. Add to this the fact that they are throughout almost their entire evolutionary career exclusively North American forms, and their title to a high place in our interest is complete. Place in nature. As the horses were representatives of the Perissodactyla, or odd-toed ungulates, so the camels belong to the other great group of hoofed forms, the even-toed Artiodactyla. The latter, while largely eliminated from the Western world, are still comparatively numerous in Africa and Eurasia, where at least 250 distinct species are known, as against 34 for the Americas. That the Artiodactyla were formerly much more abundant, especially in North America, is forcibly brought home to every collector of fossil vertebrates in the West. The principal points of agreement of all artiodactyls are: the axis of the foot lies between digits 3 and 4, rather than within digit 3 as in the Perissodactyls. Hence the two digits, one on either side of the axis, are symmetrical, and the number 2 is the irreducible minimum. While there are normally an even number of digits, the peccaries, Tayasu, have 3 remaining in the foot, and a 5-toed ancestral artiodactyl is conceivable, for the oreodonts retained a well-defined vestige of the first digit of the hand. Another artiodactyl characteristic lies in the astragalus, the ankle bone which articulates with the tibia or shin. In common with that of the Perissodactyls, the upper or tibial facet is pulley-shaped, but in the latter the distal facet is flat, thus permitting no movement between it and the succeeding tarsal bones. In the Artiodactyls, on the contrary, the distal facet is curved in such a way that a double tarsal joint is formed. This type of astragalus, a very resistant bone, is an extremely common fossil and is absolutely diagnostic of the group. The molar teeth are invariably one of 2 sorts or a combination thereof. The crown is either covered with conical cusps, bunodont, as in the swine, or the cusps are crescentic, solenodont, the latter sort being typical of the cud-chewing forms of ruminants. Certain ancient types, Anthracothores, had buno-solenodont teeth of a transitional character. The teeth may be short-crowned or, in the case of grazing ruminants, deep-crowned as an adaptation to abrasive food. They never, however, reached the degree of perfection seen in the true horses. Artiodactyls are apt to possess weapons, either tusks, which are modified canine teeth, or horns or antlers of various sorts and degrees of development, or rarely both. Osborn's classification of the Artiodactyls is as follows. 1. Section Primitive Artiodactyls. Families of more or less uncertain affinities. 2. Section Suina, or pig-like Artiodactyls. Pigs, peccaries, elethyrs, hippopotami. 3. Section Oreodonta. American primitive ruminants, or oreodonts, cud-chewing swine. 4. Section Tylopoda, camels and llamas. 5. Section Tragulina, primitive and ancestral deer-like ruminants. 6. Section Pecora, true or modernized ruminants, including the giraffes, deers, pronghorn antelope, Old World antelopes, sheep, goats, chamois, bovines, etc. Thus it will be seen that the camels occupy an intermediate place within the order. They are, however, an isolated group, as their connection with the other section is not yet clear. Tylopod characteristics. The tylopod characteristics are as follows. The limbs are long and two-toed. The metapodials, which are fused to form a cannon bone, diverge distally and have lost to a large extent the keels which serve to limit the lateral movement of the digits. Hence, the digitigrade foot is yielding as an adaptation to desert sands. The feet are, moreover, provided with one or two cushion-like pads, hence the name tylopoda. The stomach is three-chambered. There is an ancient type of placenta, and the red blood corpuscles are oval instead of circular in outline, which makes the group absolutely unique among living mammals. Living genera. Camelus. There are but 2 living genera, each of which include a like number of species. 4 altogether extant. 1, Camelus, being confined to the Old World, while the other, Alkenia or Lama, is characteristic of the New. The 2 species of camel are Camelus dromedarius, the one-humped Arabian camel or dromedary, and Camelus bactrianus, the 2-humped Bactrian camel of Central Asia. The 2 species will interbreed, and the consequent hybrid or mule camel possesses the one hump of the dromedary and the brown, shaggy coat of the Bactrian parent. Whether reversing the cross, see page 131, what produced the same result is not recorded, but upon a priori grounds one would not think so. The progeny of a male Bactrian and female Arabian camel is preferred to either of the pure breeds. The camel has rightly earned its name of ship of the desert, for practically all of its peculiarities are but an adaptive response to the harsh conditions of that inhospitable environment. Many of these adaptations have been mentioned in Chapter 14, but they must be reviewed and brought together in order that the evolution of their owner's ancient lineage may be the more appreciated. As in the horse, 2 directions of adaptation stand out sharply: that of speed, ever a desert requisite, and of teeth, for the harsh and scanty herbage. The other characteristics the horse does not possess, for they are the direct outcome of desert life. Speed. Cursorial characteristics are well shown in the length of limb, reduction of digits, of ulna and fibula, and in the limitation of the range of movement of the limb joints. The feet, however, have retrogressed in that they are no longer unguligrade but digitigrade, for almost the entire length of the phalanges, except for the intervening pad, lies flat upon the ground. The hoofs are reduced to nail-like structures, and the whole yielding foot, with its absolutely silent tread, is admirably designed to support the animal on the shifting desert sands. The foot retrogression somewhat diminishes the extreme length of the limb, but this is, to a certain extent, compensated for by the fact that the thigh is freer from the body than in other ungulates, and thus the length of stride is increased. Teeth. The teeth of the camel have suffered a reduction in numbers, in that the dental formula is I 1/3 3, C 1 1 over 1 1. P 3 3 over 2 2. M 3 3 over 3 3 equals 16 over 18 equals 34, instead of the normal 44. There is therefore but one upper incisor left on either side, and it is more canine than incisor-like. The lower incisors, on the other hand, are all present, more or less spatulate and procumbent, and the canine is somewhat similar and functions as an incisor. Behind the canine comes a short diastema, and then a recurved, tusk-like premolar, which has assumed the discarded form and function of the canine. This is followed by a longer toothless area, and the 4 cheek teeth, the 4th premolar and the 3 molars, form an efficient, compact grinding mechanism, of long crowned, but, as compared with the horse, relatively simple teeth. Hump. The hump, which forms so very characteristic a camel feature, consists of a conical mass of gelatinous fat when the animal is well fed, is nourishment stored against the time of scarcity, and can be drawn upon during the passage of the desert. Whether or no any of the extinct camels possessed such an organ, we cannot tell, as it is entirely superficial and leaves no impression upon the skeleton. The hump becomes flaccid and falls over on one side in an exhausted camel. Water reservoirs. Another desert characteristic is the development of water reservoirs in the walls of the stomach, properly the paunch or rumen. They are small, flask-shaped cavities, each with a constricting muscle at its mouth, so that when the stomach is filled with water, the muscles relax automatically, allowing the water to enter the cavities, while that which remains is absorbed into the system. In time of water scarcity, the stored liquid is allowed to trickle out into the stomach, and is thence available for the impoverished blood. Senses. The proud carriage of the head, which is held horizontally, some 9 feet from the ground, protects the eyes from the reflected heat, and the eyes and nostrils from the sand. The sense organs are still further protected, the eyes by long lashes, the ears by hair, and the nostrils by being closable like eyelids. The creature is keen of sight, but what is still more necessary, the sense of smell is very well developed, so that water may be detected a long way off. Mentality. Mentally, the wild camels are sagacious, as the brain is large and well convoluted. But the domesticated ones are so stupid that their bad traits are notorious. Thus Palgrave observes, in Flower and Lydecker, if docile means stupid, well and good. In such a case, the camel is the very model of docility. But if the epithet is intended to designate an animal that takes an interest in its rider so far as a beast can, that in some way understands his intentions, or shares them in a subordinate fashion, that obeys from a sort of submissive or half-fellow feeling with its master, like the horse or elephant, then I say that the camel is by no means docile. Very much the contrary. He takes no heed of his rider, pays no attention whether he be on his back or not, walks straight on when once set a-going, merely because he is too stupid to turn aside, and then should some tempting thorn or green branch allure him out of the path, continues to walk on in the new direction simply because he is too dull to turn back into the right road. In a word, he is from first to last an undomesticated and savage animal, rendered serviceable by stupidity alone, without much skill on his master's part, or any cooperation on his own, save that of an extreme passiveness. Neither attachment nor even habit impress him. Never tame, though not wide awake enough to be exactly wild. As beasts of burden, however, camels are entitled to respect, as one can carry 500 to 800 pounds, and their endurance is phenomenal. The Arabian breed known as the hairy camel, traveling from 125 to 150 miles a day for 8 to 10 days at a time. The distance from Tunis to Tripoli is 600 miles, yet a single camel has carried over that route a burden of rider and gear, weighing not less than 250 pounds in 4 days, an average of 150 miles a day. Uses. Alive, camels are used as beasts of burden, for their milk, and for the shed hair which is spun and subsequently woven. Dead, the flesh is used as food, the hides for leather, the hair for fabrics, and even the bones are utilized. Their importance to mankind, especially to the nomads of the East and to traders between great cities, can hardly be estimated. Even in the 20th century, the deserts of the globe and the arid plains of Egypt, Arabia, and Persia would be rendered impassable by their extinction, without most expensively constructed and maintained railroads. Engineering and transportation science may in the future supplant the camel to the extent that they have the horse, but they have not yet done so. There are wild camels in remote Turkestan, the desert of Lobnor, and in Spain, but some are certainly feral, that is, of domestic ancestry, and all are probably so, as there are ruins of ancient cities in the Asiatic portion of the range, of which the very traditions have vanished, and to whose departed citizens the ancestors of these camels may well have belonged. It is highly probable that they have not existed wild for thousands of years. The area of servitude includes Arabia, Persia, India, all of the country of North Tartary to the confines of China and the coast of the Persian Gulf, and the Canary Islands and Africa north of the Sahara. There were none in Africa, however, until the 3rd century of our era. Attempts to naturalize them in Australia and North America have been made, but the lack of success in America has not been due to the climate or other physical conditions of their ancestral home, but rather to their unfavorable reception by the Americans, who greatly preferred the highly serviceable, cheaper, and more tractable burro. End of chapter 36A.
Chapter 36B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. The Evidences of Evolution, Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 36B, Camels. Orchenia. Characteristics. The South American genus Orchenia, llama, includes 2 wild species, the guanaco, A. guanacus, and the vicuña, A. vicuña. and their domestic derivatives, the llama and alpaca. These creatures are of much smaller stature than the camel and lack the characteristic hump of the latter. The feet are narrow and the toes more distinctly divided, with 2 pads beneath instead of but 1. The hair is woolly as a protection from the cold of their mountain home, for instead of being adapted to sandy desert conditions, although their structure shows a desert ancestry, they are upland animals, which may well account for their attainment of South America along the Isthmian land bridge, to the exclusion of the true camels. Range. The Orkneyia Range is along the west side of South America from the equator to Cape Horn. Domesticated, they have their uses after the manner of their Asiatic cousins, as beasts of burden, and for the flesh, hides, and wool. They have the distinction of being America's only contribution to the list of mammals domesticated by mankind, but although their local importance may be great, they have by no means contributed to human progress and well-being to the extent that the camels have. Evolutionary changes. These are in a way comparable to the changes undergone by the horses, with the exception of the secondary retrogression of the feet. To summarize briefly, the changes are as follows: increase in stature from the size of a western jackrabbit to one much greater than the huge Bactrian camel of to-day. Loss of lateral digits, of which not the least vestige remains. Elongation and fusion of metapodials to form the very characteristic distally spread cannon bone. Secondary loss of distal keels, broadening of phalanges, and the concurrent development of footpads. Reduction of the number of teeth. Elongation of teeth in the grazing phylum. Phylogeny. North America is, as we have seen, the evolutionary home of the camel family, and, as Matthew (1915) says, its ancestral stages can be very fully and exactly traced in the western formations as far back as the Upper Eocene, below which they are merged with the ancestry of other groups. They are unknown in any other continent until the Pliocene, when they invaded South America and Asia and Africa, surviving in those continents to-day, although extinct in North America since the middle Pleistocene. Why the ancestral camels failed to migrate to the Old World before the Pliocene, when the horses repeatedly made the journey, is somewhat obscure, unless, as Matthew (1915) again suggests, their centre of radiation was further south, for, as he says, the centre of dispersal would appear to have been in this continent. How far to the north we have no means of estimating. But the exceptional directness of the phylogenetic series as represented by our western fossils indicates, in my opinion, that these fossils lived in or close to the racial dispersal centre. Eocene. Camels are unknown until Upper Eocene time, when the first undoubted ancestor of the line appears in Protylopus. This small creature was no larger than a jackrabbit, and had 44 teeth, those in each jaw forming a continuous series, the canine being only slightly enlarged. All of the molars were low-crowned. The skull with its narrow face already suggests that of the existing forms, but the bony orbit was incomplete behind. The forelimbs were considerably shorter than the hind, so that the back sloped upward toward the rump. The ulna was entirely separate from the radius, and the fibula was complete. The hand had 4 functional digits, but the lateral toes of the foot were greatly attenuated, although still complete. Protylopus is from the Uinta stage, and is thus contemporaneous with the horse Epihippus, to which it is comparable in degree of evolution. Oligocene. During the Oligocene, camel-like animals increased very greatly in numbers, so that they must have been a very characteristic element in the fauna of that time. This is especially true of Peribrotherium, the remains of which are abundant in the Big Bad Lands of South Dakota, whence they range across Nebraska into Colorado and west to the John Day Valley of Oregon. As Protylopus parallels Epihippus, so Proboscideans resembles the contemporary Mesohippus in the degree of its evolution. Proboscideans, like Mesohippus, attained the stature of a sheep, but the former was more lightly constructed than the sheep, with relatively longer limbs and neck, and with a small tapering skull. The teeth are still 44, as in Protylopus, and the incisors and canines are more typical of mammals in general, not the procumbent spatulate structures of later cameloids. The grinding teeth of the upper jaw are short crowned, while the lower molars have begun to elongate. The jaws are very slender. The limbs show a marked digital reduction both in the hand and foot, in that small nodules only are present as the last vestiges of the lateral toes. Keels are still present, limiting the lateral movement of the toes. The ulna has coalesced with the radius, and only the two ends of the fibula remain. The hoofs are deer-like. The upper Oligocene Gomphotherium differs from Proboscideans mainly in the complete encircling of the orbit by bone. Miocene. During the Oligocene there began an initial divergence into at least 3 phyla, which became well-defined groups during the Miocene, paralleling once more the equine evolution. Of these the grazing camels, which were the main line leading to the modern representatives of the race, include the lower Miocene Protomorix and the upper Miocene Procamelus. The former, Protomorix, still possess the full quota of teeth, but the grinders show a decided deepening tendency as an adaptation to the abrasive grasses. The feet had 2 digits and possessed pointed hoofs like those of the deer. In Procamelus we find the first tooth reduction, in that the first and second upper incisors are lost in the adult stage. The feet have advanced, for the metapodials are beginning to fuse to form the cannon bone. This is especially true of the hind limb. The first desert adaptation is shown in the diminution of the distal keels in the foot bones of this genus. In size Procamelus must have exceeded the dimensions of the modern llama. A very notable fossil locality in western Nebraska of lower Miocene age has yielded a large number, some 40 or more, of a slender camel-like form known as Stenomylus, the gazelle camel, delicate in its proportions and much smaller than any of its contemporaries. Its Oligocene ancestry has not yet been traced, nor do we know aught of its subsequent history, and the inference is that it soon became extinct. It has an apparent anomaly in its dentition, as there are 10 incisor-like teeth in the lower jaw, 6 true incisors, and in addition the canines and first premolars, which have assumed a similar form and function. The low-crowned molars imply a browsing habit. The head is small, the neck long and delicately built, and the limbs and feet extremely slender, with very thin-walled bones. There are but 2 toes on each foot, and the metapodials are not fused. Apparently fleetness was Stenomylus's only defense, which may have accounted for its brief racial career. The known specimens, of which a group of 3 individuals is mounted at Yale, are almost without exception from a single quarry, where they occur in profusion, some dismembered, others in completely articulated condition, as though the carcasses had drifted down-stream in time of flood, to be caught in the backwater of some large cove and buried by sediment. This is in accord with the belief of the discoverer, Professor Loomis, based upon anatomical grounds, that Stenomylus was an upland form. The only associated remains other than those of the camel found in the quarry pertain to a large wolf-like creature known as Amphicyon Diphenodon superbus, probably one of the forms which preyed upon camels. The name giraffe camels does not imply relationship with the giraffes, which, so far as known, without exception have been confined exclusively to the Old World, but is applied to creatures which from community of habit converged very strongly toward the existing giraffe in size and proportions.
2 Miocene genera have been discovered which pertain to this family, and in the aberrant Oligocene Paratylopas we recognize the first recorded ancestor of the group. In the Lower Miocene the representative is Oxydactylus, remains of which have been collected in eastern Wyoming and western Nebraska. This form is much smaller than its successor, Alticamelus, and has a shorter neck and limbs. The metapodials do not fuse to form a cannon bone, and the hoofs are sharp-pointed and deer-like, with little indication of the sand-adapted feet of the later camels. The teeth of Oxydactylus are rather short-crowned, as though fitted for browsing rather than for grazing, and they are yet 44 in number. Alticamelus of the Middle and Upper Miocene, although clearly derivable from Oxydactylus, is much further advanced in more than one way, for we find that the feet show the same desert adaptation that its contemporaries of the grazing phylum do: cannon bone, loss of keels, depressed phalanges, and indications of pads. A remarkable instance of parallelism, the like response of unrelated phyla to a similar climatic change. Alticamelus was a very large animal, although the head was small and the short-crowned browsing teeth of its predecessor are still retained. The neck and limbs are very long as in the giraffe, and were probably, as with the latter, an adaptation to permit the animal to browse upon the otherwise inaccessible foliage of high and thorny shrubs such as the African mimosa, which forms the staple of giraffine diet. But while the result of this remarkable convergence was to produce the same effectiveness for such a method of feeding, the way in which it was brought about was not the same. Matthew (1901) says that the giraffe is derived from the early antelopes and Alticamelus from early camels, and the difference in origin has caused the attainment of the desired result in a somewhat different manner. "In the antelopes the fore quarters are usually higher than the hind quarters, and especially so in the group most nearly allied to the giraffe (Ocapia). The femur and tibia are comparatively short. The metapodia is comparatively long. The greater height of the fore quarters causes the anterior part of the back to slope upwards towards the neck and thus increases its height. The elongation of the anterior dorsals will increase the stature of the animals as well as will the elongation of the cervicals. Accordingly we find that in the giraffe the fore quarters are much higher. The elongation of the limbs is greatest in the metapodials, which are much longer than either femur or tibia, and the elongation of the cervicals is continued into the dorsal region. In the camels, on the other hand, the fore quarters are not any higher than the hind quarters. The anterior cervicals are long, while the posterior ones are quite short, and the tibia is unusually long, while the metapodials are comparatively short. Correspondingly, we find in Alticamelus that the anterior cervicals are enormously elongated, the posterior ones are but little increased in length, while the anterior dorsals are both short and small. The elongation of the last cervicals and anterior dorsals would have only increased the length of the body, without altering the stature, because the forelegs are not longer than the hind legs, and consequently the backbone does not slope upward towards the neck. Also the great elongation in the limbs of Alticamelus has been in the femur and tibia, while the metatarsus is shorter. The giraffe camel was not so bulky an animal as the giraffe, and scarcely equalled a moderate-sized northern giraffe in height." The skull is similar to that of Procamelus. The specimen of Alticamelus altus which Matthew describes is from the Loop Fork Formation of northeastern Colorado. The complete skeleton is as yet unknown. Pliocene and Pleistocene. Pliauchenia, the principal genus of Pliocene camels, belongs to the main grazing phylum and is the direct descendant of Procamelus, from which it hardly differs at all. Progress is seen, however, in tooth reduction, in that the second lower premolar has been lost. This and the Pleistocene camels, Camelops and Eschatius, are not very well known, owing largely to the fragmentary character of the material thus far collected. The Pleistocene camels, however, are very numerous, and future discoveries are sure to bring better specimens to light. Not all of the Pleistocene forms are true camels in the sense of being like those of the Old World, but are cameloid creatures, possibly more llama-like in appearance. Some of them attained an enormous size, as certain bones preserved at Yale are half again as large as equivalent elements from a Bactrian camel. Typical camels of the genus Camelus differ from Procamelus in the further loss of one premolar in the upper and two in the lower jaw, and this genus is apparently the first to brave the cold of the northern route and pass to the Old World, presumably by way of the Bering Isthmus, for we have the first recorded remains of it in the famous Siwalik Formation (Lower Pliocene) of India. The two Indian species of Camelus, C. sivalensis and C. antiquus, show a peculiar tooth character found in the New World llamas, but lost in the living camels, indicating that in some respects the New World types are the more primitive. Fragmentary Camelus fossils have been found in the Pleistocene of southern Russia and Roumania, and in Algeria, not far removed from the living habitat of the race. The extinction of the North American camels is as inexplicable as that of the horses, and may well have been due to the same unknown complex of causes. End of Chapter 36b.
Chapter 37 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 37. The Evolution of Man. Ontogeny and Morphology. Part 1. Man's Place in Nature. We have come to the culmination of our course, and the approach the highest state of man, the loftiest pinnacle of the evolutionary fabric, but one to which all the laws governing the survival of the other creatures have nevertheless applied. In our research we cannot consider man, that is, physical man, as a being apart from his fellows of the animal kingdom. But whatever our prejudices, we must look at the facts in the face and consider him merely as one, perhaps a very special one, among the great hosts of animal life. As in the case of the other creatures whose evolutionary history we have endeavored to understand, so with the man we must inquire into his place in nature, learning what his nearest relatives are, and whence and why he came. Man a vertebrate. A brief diagnosis of a vertebrate mentions a number of characteristics, such as the notochord, hollow dorsally situated nerve cord, perforated pharynx, and the like, all of which without exception are possessed by man, the individual, during some period of his career, just as surely as by the horse, the dinosaur, the amphibian, or the fish. The evidence of man's vertebrate inclusion is therefore unquestionable. Man as a primate. Of the several classes into which the vertebrates are divided, man shares with the horse, the elephant, and even the saber-tooth the several characteristics: hair, warm blood, midriff or diaphragm separating the chest and abdominal cavities, young born alive and nourished by mammary glands, which make them mammals. He cannot therefore be debarred from that group any more than the others. Within the class Mammalia he is excluded from the egg-laying monotremes and the pouch-bearing marsupials, and included with those whose unborn young are nourished by the placenta. He is therefore a placental mammal. And of the four cohorts of placentalia, he is by the process of elimination narrowed down to the nailed arboreal forms, or primates, for he can be neither a clawed unguiculate, nor a hoofed unguiculate, nor a finned Cetacean. Primates. This name was given to the group by Linnaeus, who wished thereby to emphasize the headship of the animal kingdom, the first in the sense of the highest. The word has, however, a deeper significance than this, for the primates are also among the first of the placental mammals in their antiquity and primitiveness. Along their chosen line of specialization, the feet, the horses, and camels are, it is true, vastly further advanced than other primates, and the same thing can be said of the tooth modification in elephant and Smilodon. It is only in the brain and such correlated modifications as mental development entails that the primates may justly lay claim to superiority, for in other respects they are as humble and generalized a group, with very few exceptions, as the mammalian class contains. Definition. Primates may be defined as nearly all arboreal, with prehensile limbs, having a more or less opposable pollex thumb and a hallux, which is great toe. The 5 digits usually terminate in flattened nails, rarely claws. There is a clavicle. The orbit is completely surrounded by bone, the stomach simple, and the mammary glands are nearly always thoracic. Classification. The classification of the primates has of course been subjected to the same vicissitudes as those of the other orders, especially when fossil forms are found which link together apparently isolated living groups. An admirable study of primate interrelationships is that of W.K. Gregory, 1916, from whom the following classification, somewhat abridged, is taken. Order Primates. Suborder Lemuroidea, lemurs or half-apes. Suborder Anthropoidea. Series Platyrini, or the New World apes. Family Hapalidae, or Marmosets. Family Cebidae, or capuchins, howler, monkeys, spider monkeys, etc. Series Catarrhini, or the Old World apes and monkeys. Family Cercopithecidae, or monkeys, baboons, macaques, etc. Family Siminidae, or man-like anthropoid apes. Family Hominidae, or men. Lemuroidea. The lemurs are the most ancient of living primates, and as such having departed least from the ordinary quadruped. They are, however, exclusively arboreal, mostly nocturnal, and of comparatively low organization, which is manifest not only in the body but also in the brain, as the cerebral hemispheres are not very highly developed, nor do they completely cover the hindbrain as in the higher primates. The second digits of the foot bears a claw, the rest terminate in nails. The present home of the lemurs is, above all, Madagascar, of which they are highly typical that they constitute perhaps 1/2 of the local mammalian fauna. Lemurs are also distributed through the tropical forests of Africa and the Oriental realm. They are found fossil in the Eocene rocks of North America and of Europe. 2 interesting relic animals belonging to this group still survive. Chiromees, the ii, now living in Madagascar but having near allies among the long departed fossil forms of North America, and Tarsius, the tarsier, now confined to Sumatra, Borneo, Celebes, Java, and the Philippines, but which also had relatives in the American Eocene. Anthropoidea. The anthropoids are the most highly organized of primates, with 32 to 36 teeth, a completely closed orbit, 2 pectoral mammae, feet, usually prehensile, and generally the hands also, pollex sometimes, vestigial and cerebral hemispheres richly convoluted, covering the cerebellum. This suborder includes all primates other than the lemurs, and this of course means man as well as the monkeys and apes. It is divided into 2 sharply marked series, the Old and New World primates, and these, so far as our evidence goes, represent parallel evolutions, which, because of the long period of South American isolation, must have diverged from a common ancestry in early Eocene time. The Platurine may be distinguished by the broad nasal septum, hence the name broad and nose. The thumb is not opposable and sometimes reduced. The tail may be prehensile. There are no cheek pouches nor ischial callosi. The family Hypalid. The marmosets or squirrel monkeys are small monkeys with a long, hairy, non-prehensile tail. The pollex is elongated, but the hallux very small. The latter bears a flat nail, while all of the other digits are armed with curved and pointed claws. These creatures are no larger than squirrels and are active forms, living among trees in small groups. Their food consists of fruit, to which eggs and insects are added, a very common dietary. The Cebidae, the common South American monkeys, differ from the marmosets in the possession of an additional molar tooth in each jaw, making 36 teeth all told, and having flat nails instead of claws, and frequently a prehensile tail. These forms, none of which is as large as the larger Old World monkeys, are exclusively confined to the tropical forests, notably those of Brazil. Among the more remarkable are the slender spider monkeys, whose prehensile tail is an organ of the greatest use; the howler monkeys, mycetes, whose prodigious voice arises from an especially modified vocal apparatus; and the capuchins, whose pathetic figures, garbed with human habiliments, are so often seen with itinerant musicians. The group Caturini includes all of the Old World apes and man, excluding of course the lemurs. They are characterized by possession of a narrow nasal septum with the approximated nostrils directed downward, 32 teeth as in man, and a non-prehensile tail, which may, however, be vestigial or entirely absent. The hallux, except in man, is fully opposable, and the pollex as well, although often less developed. End of chapter 37. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 37, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3. The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3. Paleontology. The Evolution of Man. Ontogeny and Morphology. Man's Place in Nature. The Cercopithecidae are the monkeys and baboons, exclusive of the man-like apes, from which they differ in the fore and aft elongation of the molar teeth, the presence of ischial callosities on the rump, occasional cheek pouches, a narrow breastbone, and in the absence of the vermiform appendix. The baboons, cynocephalus, are practically the only primates with the exception of man which have forsaken the arboreal for a terrestrial mode of life, but unlike man this has not resulted in an erect posture but a typically quadrupedal one. Their head is more dog than ape-like, hence the generic name. Greek kuon, dog, and kephale, head, with powerful jaws bearing immense canine teeth which, added to the equally powerful hands, enable competition with the terrestrial creatures to be readily met. The old male mandrills are remarkable for their ferocity. These creatures are colored most gorgeously on the cheeks and ischial callosities, but colors which in themselves are beautiful, blue, scarlet, lilac, are in combinations which seem grievously misplaced. Thus while the fur is often beautiful and the colors lovely, the general effect is such that, as Cuvier says, il serait difficile de se figurer un être plus hideux que le mandrill. The mandrills, which are typical baboons, like the rest of their race, appear to be rather indiscriminate eaters, feeding upon fruit, roots, reptiles, insects, scorpions, etc., and inhabit open rocky ground rather than forests, Flower and Lydekker. Their present range includes Africa and Arabia. The macaques are rather stoutly built monkeys, the tail being variously developed. They are both arboreal and terrestrial in habit, but their principal interest lies in the fact that, whereas almost all are Asiatic, extending as far as Japan, one species, the so-called Barbary ape, Macacus inuus, is North African and is the only living primate other than man which is found within the confines of Europe, as it has spread from northern Africa to Gibraltar. Semnopithecus is another characteristic genus, containing very long-tailed, slender forms, short-muzzled, without cheek pouches, and typical of a subfamily, the Semnopithecinae. This group is both African and Oriental in its distribution. The man-like or anthropoid apes, family Simiidae, lay greatest claim to our interest, since they of all creatures come nearest to mankind, not only in similarity of structure, but in actual relationship, for they are our next of kin in that they and humanity spring without question from the same bough of the tree of life, and though the relationship is very remote according to human standards of consanguinity, from the evolutionary point of view it is very close. This does not mean that man arose from any known ape, or that any ape could ever in the course of evolution give rise to a man, but that man and the ape had at some not very remote time, geologically speaking, a common ancestor. It is, however, highly probable that were we to see this common progenitor in the flesh, we would be at a loss for a descriptive term to apply to it, if we excluded the word ape. The primates which we have discussed play a subordinate part, in that they serve to link man with the lower animals. The Simiidae, on the other hand, are all important, for only by an understanding of them and their habits can we come to a true appreciation of our immediate pre-human progenitors. The Simiidae are thus diagnosed: man-like apes, tailless, no cheek pouches or ischial callosities, except in the gibbon, arms much longer than the legs, an opposable pollex, a broad sternum, a vermiform appendix, hair on the underside of the trunk and limbs. Several extinct genera of Simiidae are known, while among the living there are 4: Hylobates, the gibbon; Simia, the orang; Anthropopithecus or Pan, the chimpanzee; and Gorilla, the gorilla. Of these the first 2 are Oriental, the last 2 African in their present distribution, although all are apparently Asiatic in origin. The gibbons are the smallest of the man-like apes, rarely exceeding 3 feet in height, but have relatively the longest arms, for the hands reach the ground when the creature stands erect. Ischial callosities are present, true of none of their allies, and they are variously colored. The jaws and dentition, as in all other Simiidae, are adapted to a frugivorous diet, and the molar teeth are more primitive than in their relatives, although the upper canines are enlarged and saber-like, either for defense or, more probably, as a dietary adaptation. The skull is rounded, lacking the high sagittal crest for muscle attachment seen in the adult males of the other genera, and the head is posed upon the vertebral column more like that of a man, doubtless a response to the erect posture which the ape assumes both at rest and in motion. This upright pose may have originated in connection with a change in the mode of locomotion. The primitive lemurs ran and jumped on the tops of the branches, and hence were quadrupedal, whereas the gibbons swing beneath the branches, the arms being held above the head. This acrobatic mode of locomotion, which has been appropriately called brachiation (Latin brachium, arm) by Professor Keith, very probably took rise in the earliest anthropoids and has been carried to an extreme specialization in the excessively long-armed gibbon. Thus the habit of sitting upright, which first set free the hands for prehensile purposes, very probably preceded the habit of brachiation and the loss of the tail, as has also in the genus Indris among the lemurs. Gregory. Huxley's description of the gibbons contains the following: They are true mountaineers, loving the slopes and edges of the hills, though they rarely ascend beyond the limit of the fig trees. All day long they haunt the tops of the tall trees, and though toward evening they descend in small troops to the open ground, no sooner do they spy a man than they dart up the hillsides and disappear in the darker valleys. The voice is prodigious, much more powerful than that of any singer, and yet the animal has hardly half the height of a man and far less proportionate bulk. They walk erect with the arms either down, touching the knuckles to the ground, or above the head. The gait is quick, waddling, with no elasticity of step, and they are soon run down. In the trees, however, their locomotive powers are quite another matter, the hands and arms being the sole organs of locomotion, clearing spaces of 12 to 18 feet with greatest ease and uninterruptedly, for hours together. Duvalsel says they can clear 40 feet, which may be readily believed. They start and stop instantly with no appreciable slowing down or acceleration of speed. Moreover, their leaps not only require great strength, but the nicest precision. The significance of this mode of progression cannot be ignored, because of its educative value to the creature concerned, for every time such a hand leap is undertaken it requires the instantaneous solution of a mathematical problem, since an accurate estimate of distance, trajectory, direction, and the ability of the objective branch or branches to bear the impact of the creature's weight must all be estimated. And upon the correct solution of this problem depends the amount of muscular force to be used in order that the creature may neither under nor overshoot the mark, and the penalty placed upon the incorrect solution of the problem and its practical application may be death. Nature has abundant opportunity, therefore, for the weeding out of the unfit, and she places a high premium upon mental preparedness, more perhaps in the gibbon and other brachiating primates than in any other group of animals, and this undoubtedly was also true of the arboreal ancestors of man. Osborn thus summarizes: the gibbon is the most primitive of living apes in its skull and dentition, but the most specialized in the length of its arms and its other extreme adaptations to arboreal life. As in the other anthropoids, the face is abbreviated, the narial region is narrow, i.e. catarrhine, and the brain case is widened, but the top of the skull is smooth, and the forehead lacks the prominent ridges above the orbits. Thus the profile of the skull of the gibbon is more human than that of the other anthropoid apes. When on the ground, the gibbon walks erect and is thus afforded the free use of its arms and independent movements of its fingers. In the brain there is a striking development of the centers of sight, touch, and hearing. It is these characteristics of the modern gibbon which preserve with relatively slight changes the type of the original ancestor of man. The orang, Simia satyrus, the second of the oriental apes, is confined to the somber, swampy forests of Sumatra and Borneo. It is reddish in color and rarely exceeds 4 feet in height, but, unlike the gibbon, it is very bulky, measuring 2/3 of its height in circumference. The arms are immensely long, the creature spreading from 7 feet 2 inches to 7 feet 6 inches. The head is short, round, and of great vertical diameter, with very closely approximated orbits. The skulls of the old males show a sagittal crest, and the face is surrounded with a remarkable flaring rim of flesh which gives it a very ferocious aspect. The jaw is deep and massive, and the canines are very efficient either for the opening of fruits or for fighting. The principal weapons, however, when used against other animals, are the hands. The great size of this ape renders it less agile than the gibbon, and while highly intelligent it is sluggish in disposition, reposing with the back curved and head bowed until hunger stimulates it to activity. By day the orangs climb from one treetop to another, and they descend to the ground only at night. They climb slowly and carefully, more like a man than an ape, and are nest-building in that they break off branches and lay them in a convenient crotch of a tree, thus forming a sort of platform whereon they repose, utilizing one nest until the food in the immediate vicinity is exhausted, when they move on and build another. These nests are 10 to 25 feet above ground. On the ground the orang runs laboriously and shakily on all fours and is soon overtaken by men. It never stands erect. Dyaks tell of old orangs which have lost all their teeth, but which find it so difficult to climb that they maintain themselves on windfalls and juicy herbage. Huxley. Normally the food consists of figs, blossoms, and young leaves, never living animals. The intelligence is very great, the hearing acute, but the vision less so. The chimpanzee, Pan pygmaeus or Anthropopithecus troglodytes, is the first of the African apes and may readily be distinguished from the orang by its black hair, although the skin of the face and ears is apt to be light in color. In size they never exceed 5 feet, but are not so bulky relatively as the orangs, and as a consequence are much more expert as climbers, swinging from tree to tree with great agility as do the gibbons. They rest in the sitting posture and sometimes stand or walk on the hind limbs, but run on all fours. The head of the chimpanzee is larger than that of the orang, and the brow ridges above and outside of the orbits are especially prominent. There is a sagittal crest for muscular attachment in the males. The brow ridges and the prognathous or forward-sloping teeth and the receding chin strongly resemble those of the more ancient species of prehistoric man. In their nest building the chimpanzees resemble the orangs, in their activity and biting propensities, the gibbons. There may also be more than one species, as with the latter. They are confined today to West and Central Equatorial Africa, from Sierra Leone to the Congo. Gorilla, by far the most formidable of the man-like apes, is also restricted to tropical Africa, extending from the Cameroon in the west across the Congo basin to Uganda and German East Africa. There is apparently but one species. A specimen killed in the Cameroon and now mounted in the Museum of the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia stands 5 feet 1½ inches in height and weighed in the flesh 418 pounds. The torso and upper limbs are immense, but the legs are short compared with those of man. If the latter were of human proportions, the height would probably exceed 7 feet, and the weight would approach 500 pounds. Even as it is, one cannot but view this creature in terms of humanity, since he becomes to the imagination one of the most terrible creatures upon earth, far more impressive than a much larger quadruped would be. In describing the skull, Gregory says, "The gorilla carries to the logical extreme the frugivorous and fighting specializations which are foreshadowed in the chimpanzee. The head is lengthened by the forward growth of the muzzle and by the extreme backward growth of the skull top. Thus the gorilla skull, to a certain extent, parallels that of the baboons. The supraorbital protrusion is now extreme. The sagittal crest and widely flaring occipital crests attain an excessive development in old males, and are conditioned by the massive size of the muscles of the jaws and neck. The canines form great tusks, and hence the muzzle and lower jaw are very wide in front. Thus the fundamental resemblances to the human skull are largely disguised in the male gorilla, which is distinguished by the great tusks and massive cheek teeth, the divergent tooth rows, the baboon-like muzzle and protruding orbits, in contrast to the opposite specializations in man. The young female gorilla, on the other hand, except in the dentition, more distinctly approaches the human type than any other anthropoid. The gorilla is the negro of the anthropoids, with the skin a dark brown, approaching black, and coarse black hair which becomes gray with age. There is a high crest of hair along the midline of the skull, and a transverse ridge. The scalp moves freely forward and back, and when the animal is enraged it is contracted over the brow, bringing down the hairy ridge and pointing the hair forward, thus giving an indescribably ferocious aspect. The limbs and body of the gorilla are markedly adapted to its gigantic and clumsy stature. It has departed from the primitive slender-limbed and arboreal type, and exhibits a more or less transitional stage leading to bipedal, ground-dwelling habits. As in the ground sloths, the long arms, stout short legs, and widely expanded pelvis are adapted for the support of the enormous thorax and abdomen. The hands of the gorilla are more human than those of any other anthropoid, although the thumb is relatively smaller than in man and has not acquired the power of opposing itself to the other digits. So also the foot of the gorilla distinctly approaches the human type in several ways. The great toe, however, is still of the old grasping type which is characteristic of all primates except man, and which, as Keith has shown, although it assists the anthropoids in attaining a fully erect posture and balance while in the trees, is rather a hindrance to the upright position on the ground. Gregory. The gait is therefore shuffling, the body never upright, and rolling from side to side. The body is half swung, half jumped between the arms as in the chimpanzee. In the walking posture the arms are held upward. Gorillas run in bands containing but one adult male of proved physical prowess. They are exceedingly ferocious, always on the offensive, and never run from man. They fight both with the hands and teeth. The family to which man belongs, the Hominidae, bears the stamp of close relationship with the Simiidae, the differences being mainly the direct outcome of terrestrial life, the assumption of the erect posture, and the development of the brain. The erect posture has coordinated with it the alternation in the curvatures of the spine, the more complete adaptation of the hind limbs to bear the weight of the body, the loss of power of opposition of the great toe, and its more complete development in the thumb, and the greater length of the hind as compared with the forelimbs. The anthropoids are chiefly frugivorous and typically arboreal. When upon the ground they run poorly and, except in the case of the gibbons, use the forelimbs in progressing. Thus they are confined to forested regions. Man, on the other hand, is omnivorous, entirely terrestrial, erect, bipedal and cursorial, an inhabitant primarily of open country. The anthropoids use their powerful canine tusks and more or less procumbent incisors for tearing open the tough rinds of large fruits and for fighting. Primitive man, on the contrary, uses his small canines and the more erect incisors partly for tearing off the flesh of animals, which he has killed in the chase with weapons made and thrown or wielded by human hands. These implements and weapons also usually make it unnecessary for man to use his teeth in fighting, and functionally they compensate for the reduced and more or less defective development of his dentition. Gregory. There is but one living genus, Homo, included with the family Hominidae, and all existing men of whatever race or creed are given but a single specific name, sapiens, i.e., the wise. The divisions of this species into its various races or varieties are, perhaps, unnecessary to our purpose, other than to enumerate the following. Australian race: skull long, dolichocephalic, extremely prominent eyebrows, large teeth, especially the canines, tall, long-limbed, skin chocolate brown, hair black, long and woolly. Habitat: Australia, Deccan, Hindustan. Negroid race: dolichocephalic, forehead round and childish, nasal bones flattened, teeth sloping, dental prognathism. Skin and eyes brown or black, hair the same color, short, woolly, not abundant. Habitat: Madagascar and Africa from the Sahara to the Cape of Good Hope. Mongolian race: brachycephalic, short-headed. Flat nose, small and oblique eyes, short and thick-set, golden brown skin, sleek, coarse black hair, scanty beard. Dwell east of a line drawn from Lapland to Siam. Chinese, Tartars, Japanese, Malays, Eskimos, North and South Americans. Caucasian race: A. Mediterranean, short, slender, long-headed, hair and eyes dark brown to black. B. Alpine of medium height, stocky, round-headed, hair and eyes dark brown to black, eyes often hazel or gray in Western Europe. C. Nordic, tall, long-headed, hair flaxen, red, light brown to chestnut, eyes blue, gray, or green. Habitat: mainly Europe and North America. Includes also Moors, Berbers, Egyptians, Kurds, Persians, Afghans, Hindus, Turks, Armenians, Afrikanders, and Australians, non-natives, for natives see above. Flower and Lydekker, and Grant. End of Chapter 37, Part B. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America. Chapter 37, Part C, of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3. The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3. Paleontology. Chapter 37c. Part 2. The Evolution of Man. Ontogeny and Morphology. Anatomical and ontogenetic evidences for human evolution. Anatomical evidences. Limbs. As with the elephant, man's body shows a number of primitive characteristics in addition to his specializations, the latter being, as we have seen, within comparatively narrow limitations. The radius and ulna, in contrast with those of the horse, are both well developed and freely articulated, so that the range of movement is ample, not only the hinge motion at wrist and ankle, but the rotary one known as supination as well. In the wrist the several bones are distinct, such as the scaphoid and lunar of the proximal row, which in the Carnivora, for instance, tend to coalesce into a single bone. Moreover, the os centrale of the wrist is also present. The fibula of the lower leg is well developed, and the foot has the primitive plantigrade position of the most archaic mammals. The number of digits is unreduced from the primal 5, nor are the phalanges either increased in number as in the whales, or diminished, so that the primitive formula of 2, 3, 3, 3, 3 for the number of bones in both fingers and toes still prevails. Skeleton. The shoulder girdle yet retains the clavicle, linking the scapula with the sternum in contrast with all ungulates and with the carnivores. The atlas which bears the skull, the sacrum or that portion of the vertebral column which lies between the hips, and the scapula or shoulder blade all show certain reptilian characteristics. Merriam. Teeth. The teeth are also primitive, short-crowned, of simple structure and pattern, bearing relatively few low cusps. The 2 premolars which are present are simpler than the molars, all of which is in marked contrast to the forms we have studied, the horse, elephant, and camel. Soft anatomy. Man's soft anatomy also bears the mark of great antiquity, especially those organs having to do with his prenatal nourishment, placenta, and the means whereby the intestine is attached within the body cavity, the mesenteries, have still the same arrangement seen in the quadrupeds. Specializations. These are, first, the erect posture, which has reacted upon the skeleton in several ways, for instance, the 4 curvatures of the spinal column which are reduced in number and degree in infancy and extreme old age. Second, the basin-shaped pelvis in contrast with the flattened form seen in the anthropoids. The form of the human pelvis aids in supporting the viscera while the body is in the erect position. The pelvis of human embryos is at first flattened, ape-like, and only gradually assumes the basin form as they approach the time of birth. Third, relatively short forelimbs, the hands rarely extending below mid-thigh when the body is held erect. This shows the opposite extreme of a series as compared with the gibbon. With respect to foot specialization, in comparison with the foot of the anthropoid, the human foot shows loss of opposability of the great toe, offset in some primitive types of man, development of the shock-absorbing arch, tendency toward monodactyly, the axis of the foot running through digit 1, which thus becomes the great toe, the others diminishing in size and length. In the 5th digit, reduction in the number of phalanges is in progress as the 2 outermost tend to fuse in a certain percentage of human subjects. Still another specialization is the loss of hair from the body, possibly as a result of the acquisition of artificial clothing. The evidence for this belief cited by Matthew, 1915, follows. 1. It is accompanied by an exceptional and progressive delicacy of skin, quite unsuited to travel in tropical forests. I do not know of any thin-haired or hairless tropical animal whose skin is not more or less thickened for protection against chafing, the attacks of insects, etc. 2. The loss of hair is most complete on the back and abdomen. The arms and the legs and, in the male, the chest retain hair much more persistently. This is just what would naturally happen if the loss of hair were due to the wearing of clothes. At first and for a long time, a skin thrown over the shoulders and tied around the waist. But if the loss of hair were conditioned by climate, it should, as it invariably does among animals, disappear first on the underside of the body and the limbs, and be retained longest on the back and shoulders. A high specialization is the loss of pigment in the skin of fairer races. The normal human dentition contains the same number of teeth, 32, as that of the other Catarrhini, so that the reduction from the original 44 is a primate and not a human characteristic. The human teeth, however, are reduced in relative size as compared with the anthropoids. The canine no longer exceeds the other teeth in length, and it is tending to become incisiform. There is also a loss of the diastema between the teeth into which, in the ape, the opposite canines fit. In the anthropoids, the movement of the lower jaw is obliquely transverse, ruminant-like. In the human being it is in all directions and partly of a rotary character. This is correlated with the reduction of the interlocking canines. That tooth reduction in humanity is still progressing is shown by the fact that the first premolars and second incisors are often reduced and sometimes wanting, and the same is true although to a less extent of the third molars, the so-called wisdom teeth. The tooth reduction is in turn correlated with the shortening of the muzzle and jaw symphysis, the facial portion of the skull that, concerned with the senses and appetite, in contrast with the enormous expansion and deepening of the brain case, the seat of mentality. This change in the proportions of face to cranium is expressed in terms of the facial angle that is formed between two lines lying in the sagittal plane of the skull, one of which is drawn from the lower margin of the nasal aperture to the ear opening, the other from the forehead to the maxilla. In the higher races of mankind this facial angle approaches a right angle, averaging 85 degrees. In the anthropoids, such as the chimpanzee, it is much less, not more than 45 degrees. The human brain is one of nature's marvels, exceeded in actual size only by that of the elephants and of the greater whales. In relation to bulk, man's brain exceeds that of any other creature except some excessively small vertebrates, such as the hummingbirds and smaller mice. In these forms there has been a dwarfing as a result of evolution, as an increase or decrease in bulk physically seems to be more rapidly attained than a change in brain size in the same animal. Growth of body unaccompanied by equivalent brain growth was seen in the dinosaurs Stegosaurus and Brontosaurus. Aside from its mere increase in size, the human brain is also of the highest vertebrate type, the huge cerebrum entirely covering the cerebellum, so that the latter is invisible from above. Greater area of the external cortex, the so-called gray matter which is the real seat of intellect, is obtained by a deepening and further complication of the depressions between the convolutions. And the great development of the frontal lobes particularly gives ample opportunity for the expansion of the higher intellectual faculties. In its subtle fineness of detail, in its ability to record and often to reproduce an almost infinite number of mental perceptions, and in all those other resident faculties which together make up the higher intellectual characteristics of humanity, the human brain stands preeminent as the most complex structure evolution has produced. But a comparison with the brain of an orang shows the selfsame fundamental characteristics. The proportions differ, but in a broad way the shapes are similar, and the major convolutions are alike. In other words, the two brains differ not in kind but in degree, and that of man is physically merely a relatively larger and more refined example of the same fundamental type. With regard to mental retrogression in the apes, Beebe says, "Young orangutans, in their talk as well as in their actions, are the counterparts of human infants. The scream of frantic rage when a banana is offered and jerked away, the wheedling tone when the animal wishes to be comforted on account of pain or bruise, and the sound of perfect contentment and happiness when petted by the keeper whom it learns to love, all are almost indistinguishable from like utterances of a human child. But how pitiless is the inevitable change of the next few years! Slowly but surely the ape loses all affection for those who take care of it. More and more morose and sullen it becomes, until it reaches a stage of unchangeable ferocity and must be doomed to close confinement, never again to be handled or caressed. Mr. Beebe adds to this observation in a letter as follows: "I find that while sexual maturity is attained at about 6 years, the females seem little affected and remain gentle and affectionate. The males, however, begin at about 5 years to become morose and sullen. This applies both to chimpanzees and orangs. These statements apply only to several animals which have attained their sexual majority in the New York Zoological Park, and even among them there is great variation." The final human characteristic which lifts man high above his fellow creatures is articulate speech, the means whereby communication, especially of higher abstract thoughts, is made primarily possible. For the development of a mature written language is clearly the outgrowth of an antecedent speech. This human faculty has had great influence in the development of the higher mental traits. Thus it will be seen that comparative anatomy shows very emphatically our fundamental resemblances to the other anthropoids, and that if we would look for differences, we must compare details of structure and development rather than distinctions of a larger sort. As Huxley truly said, "The structural differences between man and the man-like apes certainly justify our regarding him as constituting a family apart from them, though, inasmuch as he differs less from them than they do from other families of the same order, there can be no justification for placing him in a distinct order. Perhaps no order of animals presents us with so extraordinary a series of gradations as this, leading us insensibly from the crown and summit of animal creation down to creatures from which there is but a step, as it seems, to the lowest, smallest, and least intelligent of the placental mammalia. It is as if nature herself had foreseen the arrogance of man, and with Roman severity had provided that his intellect, by its very triumphs, should call into prominence the slaves, admonishing the conqueror that he is but dust." End of chapter 37, Part C. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America. Chapter 37, Part D of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution, by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3, Paleontology. Chapter 37D. Part 2, The Evolution of Man, Ontogeny and Morphology. Anatomical and ontogenetic evidences for human evolution. Vestigial organs. Drummond mentions no fewer than 70 such relics which he most appropriately calls the scaffolding left in the body, relics of old-time conditions and needs for which the modern human economy has no further use. They are veritable historical documents enclosed within the limits of each human frame during part or the whole of its existence, and may be viewed in no other light. Certain of these features disappear with growth and maturity, and hence are ontogenetic. Others persist during the lifetime of their possessor. One of these persistent vestigial features is the direction of hair on the body. That upon the arms, for instance, runs from shoulder to elbow, and from the wrist upward and outward in such a way that, with the hands clasped above the head with the elbows pointing downward, a posture often assumed by the orang, the hair thus arranged sheds the falling rain. In all anthropoids except the gibbon, the same direction of hair prevails as with mankind. Hence the conclusion of a bygone community of habit between man and these apes is irresistible. Then, too, the absence of hair on the terminal phalanges, its scarcity on the second, and greater abundance on the first, are true of the anthropoids as well as of man. The vermiform appendix has been mentioned as a diagnostic characteristic of the family Hominidae, and also of the Simiidae. In man it is not only apparently useless, but is sometimes a veritable death trap. With herbivorous mammals, on the other hand, Its homologue is large and of high digestive value. Even in man the appendix has the same structure as the large intestine: peritoneum, muscular coat, and mucous layer. In the embryo it has the same caliber as the rest of the bowel, but soon ceases to grow, and is actually as long in the newborn babe as in the adult. The Darwinian point to the ear is a little conical projection from the inwardly turned margin of the ear, more frequent in the male than in the female, as are all atavistic features. This is in man a relic of the pointed ear found in lower mammals, and is, as Darwin says, a surviving symbol of the stirring times and dangerous days of his animal youth. Thin bands of muscle, formerly of value in moving the shell of the ear to aid in the appreciation of sound, are still present but usually functionless, as are also the present but involuntary hair-erecting muscles of the scalp. Most of the dermal muscles, in fact, so well developed in lower animals for twitching the skin, are retained in the human face only where they are used for the expression of the emotions. Doubtless their retention is in part of defensive significance, as they may well have been used to strike terror into the breast of an opponent. In addition to this, they also aided in the expression of the emotions, as of pleasure or pain, and together with the voice formed the first elemental speech. A further vestige is the plica semilunaris, a crescentic fold of membrane in the inner corner of the eye, which represents the very efficient third eyelid or nictitating membrane of the eyes of many mammals and of birds. The pineal body of the brain is connected in reptiles, notably Hatteria, with a third eye, really the first primordial vertebrate eye. In man this is present as a vestige deep hidden beneath the mass of the forebrain. In other mammals that portion of the upper jaw which bears the incisor teeth is separated off by a suture, and is known as the premaxillary bone. In man and the chimpanzee this suture is normally obsolete, yet the poet Goethe predicted that some day the separate premaxillary would be found in man, and so it has been. Moreover, the frontal bone, single in man, paired in the dog, is paired in an Abyssinian skull in the Yale collection. Ontogenetic vestiges. Embryology teaches us much of the past life of any race, and this is just as true of humanity as of any other created being. For the unfolding of the miniature man shows precisely the same one-celled condition of the ages-remote protozoan ancestry, the same cleavage stages, morula, blastula, and gastrula, as any other metazoan, the gradual assumption of chordate characteristics, of notochord, of hollow nervous system, of gill slits, the budding of limbs, at first as ill-formed as those of the earliest slime-born amphibian emergent from the old limiting aquatic environment, the perfected limbs and the well-developed tail of an ancient placental mammal, and the ultimate loss of this and other embryonic structures, until a man is born into the world. Thus these wonderful changes, wrought in the dark, reproduce, as in a pageant, the historic changes brought about by the evolutionary process during the long night of the geologic past. Certain of the ontogenetic features may be more specifically mentioned, such as the gill slits, of which there are 4 in the embryo. Sometimes certain of these fail to close so that openings remain on the sides of the neck through which fluids taken in at the mouth can trickle, or the slits may have closed, but white patches on the skin betray their former position. The first gill slit, the so-called spiracle of the fish, normally persists and forms the eustachian tube connecting the inner ear with the throat for the purpose of equalizing the air pressure on either side of the drum. The ear, in fact, is developed from this first gill slit, and the hearing organ may be subsequently repeated down the neck. As Drummond says, in some human families where the tendency to retain these special structures is strong, one member sometimes illustrates the abnormality by possessing the clefts alone, another has a cervical ear, while a third has both a cleft and a neck ear. All of these, of course, in addition to the ordinary ears. The tail is indicated in the human skeleton by the 4 or 5 bones at the loroterminus of the spine, coalesced in the adult into the coccygeal bone which is concealed beneath the flesh. But in the embryo not only is it present, but is free, movable, and has muscles for wagging it. These are usually reduced later to mere ligaments, but may permanently retain their muscular character. The external tail may also persist. The lanugo, or clothing of long dark hair which covers the entire body except the palms and soles up to the 6th month of prenatal life, usually disappears before birth, but in rare circumstances may persist and give a permanent hairy aspect to both face and body. This fetal hair is also found in other hairless mammals such as the elephants and whales, and can have but the one historical significance, harking back to the day when hair was a racial necessity and not a superfluity as it is today in all three groups. The awful grasp of a baby, as Drummond puts it, is also significant, for the power of grip, notably great during the first few weeks of its life when it needs the most constant care, sensibly weakens later as experiments have shown. These consisted in the suspending from a stick or from the finger by the power of their hands alone some 60 infants which were under a month old, and in at least half of these the experiment was tried within an hour of birth. In every instance, with only 2 exceptions, the child was able to hang on to the finger or a small stick, 3/4 of an inch in diameter, by its hands, and sustain the whole weight of its body for at least 10 seconds. In 12 cases, in infants under an hour old, half a minute passed before the grip relaxed, and in 3 or 4 nearly a minute. When about 4 days old, the strength had increased, and nearly all, when tried at this age, could sustain their weight for half a minute. About a fortnight or 3 weeks after birth the faculty appeared to have attained its maximum, for several at this period succeeded in hanging for over a minute and a half, 2 for just over 2 minutes, and 1 infant of 3 weeks old for 2 minutes 35 seconds. Invariably, the thighs are bent nearly at right angles to the body, and in no case did the lower limbs hang down and take the attitude of the erect position. Furthermore, the child showed no sign of distress and no cries uttered until the grasp begins to give way. Drummond. This is, of course, one of the many instances, mainly structural, however, which point to the old-time arboreal life, not perhaps that the infant of that day clung directly to the tree, but that the mother did and had to have her hands free for brachiation, hence it was necessary for the infant to cling to her. Another phenomenon which has received a similar interpretation, that of arboreal life, is the occasional dreams one has of falling through space with the violent instinctive effort often undergone to prevent disastrous consequences. And the strange thing about it is that in the dream the fall never ends fatally, for that is an experience which could not be transmitted to offspring, for such would not exist, while that of the fall could. Jack London in his book Before Adam makes much of this. Roosevelt says of nightmares, although without necessarily implying an historical interpretation to them, civilized man now usually passes his life under conditions which eliminate the intensity of terror felt by his ancestors when death by violence was their normal end and threatened them during every hour of the day and night. It is only in nightmares that the average dweller in civilized countries undergoes the hideous horror which was the regular and frequent portion of his age's vanished forefathers, and is still an everyday incident in the lives of most wild creatures. Scribner's Magazine, May, 1910. These examples out of many, Wiedersheim says 180, are sufficient to show that the human body cannot be considered as a perfect final work of creation, but rather the ultimate product of eons of evolutionary change, resulting in a very imperfect being from the physical point of view, a veritable museum of antiquities. End of chapter 37, part D. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38A, of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38A, The Evolution of Man, Paleontology, Part 3. Paleontological evidence of human evolution. Our evidences for human evolution thus far discussed are such as were derived from the existing. We have now to trace, in so far as we may, the actual evolutionary history of the primates and of man as derived largely from paleontological records. Origin of primates. Stock. There is but little doubt that two important orders of modern mammals, the Carnivora and the primates, had a common origin, diverging mainly along lines determined by a dietary contrast. As the former have become more strictly flesh-eating or predaceous, the latter largely fruit-eating, and as a consequence more completely arboreal. Back of each group lie as annectant forms, the insectivora, not perhaps such as are alive today, as all these are highly specialized along diverse lines, but generalized insectivores, possessing, because of their primitiveness, a wider range of potential adaptation. Matthew is disposed to think of these, our distant ancestors, at the dawn of the Tertiary, as a sort of hybrid between a lemur and a mongoose, rather catholic in their tastes, living among and partly in the trees, with sharp nose, bright eyes, and a shrewd little brain behind them, looking out, if you will, from a perch among the branches, upon a world that was to be singularly kind to them and their descendants. Thus we can define the stock as a relatively large-brained arboreal insectivore, of primitive but adaptable dentition, and especially of progressive mentality. Time. The time of primate origin must have been not later than basal Eocene, as primates, clearly definable as such, are found in the lower Eocene rocks of both Europe and North America. Place. The simultaneous appearance of the primates in the Old World and the New gives rise to the same conclusions as to their place of origin and their migrations thence as with other modernized mammals. It suffices now to say that their ancestral home was Boreal Holarctica, probably within the limits of the present continent of Asia, whence they migrated southward along the three great continental radii. See map, Fig. 246. The impelling cause of this migration was the increasing northern cold, before which the boreal limitations of the tropical forests retreated, carrying with them the primates, which, in general, are utterly dependent upon such an environment for their sustenance. Geologic record. Primates are found in the North American sediments from Lower to Upper Eocene time, when they became extinct. Thus, while their remains constitute a relatively large percentage of the total fauna of the Eocene, primates are utterly unknown on this continent from that time until the coming of man. In Europe the record is similar, except that the extinction occurred at a somewhat later date, the Oligocene. Furthermore, they reappear in Europe in the lower Miocene, at the time of the Proboscidean migration out of Africa, whence these primates may also have come. Their second European extinction was in the upper Pliocene shortly before the first appearance of mankind. But in southern Asia, Africa, and South America, the evolution of primates seems to have been continuous since the first great southward migration. The evidence, however, is not so much the historical documents as the presence of primates in those places at the present time. The fossil record is not entirely lacking, although highly incomplete. The South American monkeys may have had their origin in the ancient North American primates, or more doubtfully, the stock may have come by way of Africa. Scott inclines toward the latter view, although he says the evidence is by no means conclusive. Origin of man. Stock. According to W.K. Gregory, the stock from which man arose was some big-brained anthropoid related most nearly to the chimpanzee-gorilla group, an assumption based upon anatomical evidences, in spite of wide differences in habitus and consequent adaptation. Place. Evidences point to Central Asia as the place of the descent from the trees of the human precursor, the reasons for this belief being several. First, it was central for migrations elsewhere. Europe, on the other hand, where the most conclusive, in fact almost the exclusive evidence for fossil man is found, is too small an area for the divergent evolution of the several human species. Second, Asia is contiguous to the oldest known human remains, which, as we shall see, were found in Java. Third, it was the seat of the oldest civilizations, not only of the existing nations, which, like the Chinese, trace their recorded history back to a hoary antiquity, but of nations which preceded them by thousands of years, and whose records have not yet come to light. This antiquity vastly exceeds that of the nations of Europe, or of the Americas, or of Africa. Fourth, Central Asia is the source of almost all of our domestic animals, many of which have been subjected to human will and control for thousands of years, and this is equally true of many of our domestic plants. This is not due to the fact that man first reached civilization in Asia, but rather that he chose for his companions the highest and best of their several evolutionary lines, and Asia was the place of all others upon earth where the evolution in general of organic life reached its highest development in late Cenozoic time. Williston. Fifth, climatic conditions in Asia in the Miocene or early Pliocene were such as to compel the descent of the pre-human ancestor from the trees, a step which was absolutely essential to further human development. Impelling cause. We look for a geologic cause back of this most momentous crisis in the evolution of humanity, and we find it in continental elevation and consequent increasing aridity of climate, especially to the northward of the Himalayas. With this increased aridity and tempering of tropical heat came the dwindling of the forested areas suitable to primate occupancy. Burrell has suggested that this diminution left residual forests comparable to the diminishing lakes and ponds of the Devonian, which upon final desiccation compelled their denizens to become terrestrial or perish. The dwindling of the residual forests would have an effect upon the tree dwellers which may be expressed in precisely the same words. Once upon the ground, the effect upon even a conservative type, and the primates in general, where constant conditions prevail, are slow of change, would be the rapid acquisition of such adaptations as were necessary to ensure survival under the new conditions. The other man-like apes had unfortunately for their further evolution reached a region where tropical forests continued to be available, and hence have retained their arboreal life, and with it a stagnation of progress. The result has been, at any rate on the part of the three larger forms, a degeneracy from the estate of their common ancestry with mankind. The gibbons seem to have deteriorated less, while terrestrial man has risen to the summit of primate evolution. Time. The time of the descent is not later than early Pliocene, nor earlier than Miocene time. When the terrestrial ape-man became what we would call human was perhaps later, but certainly during the Pliocene, which makes the age of man, as such, measurable in terms of hundreds of thousands of years. Significance of the descent from trees. As a result of the descent from the trees, certain definite factors were called into play, each of which had its effect on the further evolution. Briefly enumerated, these are: 1. Assumption of the erect posture. 2. Liberation of the hands from their ancient locomotor function to become organs of the mind. 3. Loss of the easily obtainable food of the tropical forests, necessitating the search for sustenance, both plant and animal, and man became a hunter. 4. Need of clothing with increasing inclemency of the weather, especially during the long winters. 5. Freedom from climatic restrictions, when an omnivorous diet and clothing were acquired, man was no longer limited to one definite habitat, and the result was dispersal. 6. The development of communal life, rendered possible by the terrestrial habitat. Primates are at best gregarious, submitting, as in the gorilla, to the leadership of the strongest male, but it is only by communal life with its attendant division of labor that man can rise above the level of utter savagery. Evolutionary changes. Human evolutionary changes which are recorded are: more erect posture, shorter arms, perfection of thumb opposability, reduction of muzzle and of size of teeth, loss of jaw power, development of chin prominence, increase in skull capacity, diminution of brow ridges, diminution in strength of zygomatic or temporal arch, increase in size and complexity of brain, especially frontal lobes, development of articulate speech, fossil man. Fossil remains of man are found under two conditions, in river valley deposits and in limestone caverns, which served first as a dwelling place and later as a sepulture. Of these, the caverns have been by far the most productive, but they contain only the remains of the later races, as the caverns, according to Penck, did not become available for human occupancy before Middle Pleistocene time. The rarity of human fossils may be explained, first, by the various burial customs, which seldom are sufficiently perfect to preclude the possibility of alternate wetting and drying, or of rapid oxidation, both of which are prohibitive of fossilization. If man lived and died in the forests, the chances for his fossilization, in common with other forest creatures, was very remote, for the remains of such are almost invariably destroyed by other animals, by dampness or by fungi, and rarely attain a natural burial in sediment. If, on the other hand, he dwelt in the open, the chances of so shrewd a creature being caught in the flood waters, and thus buried in sediment, were not very great. However we account for it, the fact remains that relics of ancient man are rare and are valued accordingly. In North America, repeated instances of seemingly ancient man have been brought to light in North America, such as the Calaveras skull of the California gold-bearing gravels, which was satirized by Bret Harte, the Nebraska Loess man, and those of the Trenton gravels, none of which, with the possible exception of the last mentioned, has proved to be really old in the geologic sense. Indirect evidence of human antiquity, that is, the association of North American man with animals which are now extinct, while very rare, has been reported in at least two highly authentic instances. The first of these was at Attica, New York, and is attested by Dr. John M. Clark, the New York State geologist. 4 feet below the surface of the ground, in a black muck, he found the bones of the mastodon americanus, and 12 inches below this, in undisturbed clay, pieces of pottery and 30 fragments of charcoal. The charcoal may have been of natural origin, but the presence of the pottery seems conclusive. The other instance was that of the remains of a herd of extinct bison antiquus, found near Smoky Hill River, Logan County, Kansas, and thus described by Professor Williston. An arrowhead was found underneath the right scapula of the largest skeleton, embedded in the matrix, but touching the bone itself. The skeleton was lying upon the right side. The bone bed, when cleared off, contained the skeletons of 5 or 6 adult animals and 2 or 3 younger ones, together with a fetal skeleton within the pelvis of one of the adult skeletons. The animals had evidently perished together during the winter. There was no possibility of the accidental intrusion of the arrowhead in the place where found. It must have been within the body of the animal at the time of death, or have been lying on the surface beneath its body. What at this writing is claimed to be another genuine case of such an association, this time of the actual human bones, has just been announced from Florida. This find, which has been reported by state geologist Sellards, was made at Vero, eastern Florida, in 1913. The fossil human bones are from 2 incomplete skeletons and are found in strata which also contain remains of the following extinct species: Elephas columbi, Equus ladii, a fox, a deer, the ground sloth Megalonyx jeffersoni, and the American mastodon. In South America, A number of finds have been recorded from South America, notably by the late Florentino Ameghino of Buenos Aires, who contributed so largely to our knowledge of South American prehistoric life. An expert from Washington, Dr. Ales Hardlica, has studied with the utmost care the locality and character of each of these finds in the Western world, and has expressed the opinion that none is of an antiquity greater than that of the pre-Columbian Indians. Further evidence lies in the uniformity of type, except for minor distinctions, of all Native American peoples. There is no such racial differentiation as that seen in the Old World, and the argument is that there has not been time for such a deployment. The area and conditions as an adaptive radiation center are surely ample. In Africa. The only African relics thus far reported are those of prehistoric cultures, comparable to those of southern Europe, in certain caverns of the Barbary States. There has also been reported from Oldoway Ravine, German East Africa, a human skeleton of undoubted antiquity. It is described, however, as being neither of very early nor a primitive type. In Asia. Asia has given us in Pithecanthropus the oldest known relic of the Hominidae, found at Trinil in the island of Java. Osborn says it is possible that within the next decade one or more of the tertiary ancestors of man may be discovered in northern India among the foothills known as the Siwaliks. Such discoveries have been heralded, but none have thus far been actually made. Yet Asia will probably prove to be the center of the human race. We have now discovered in southern Asia primitive representatives or relatives of the four existing types of anthropoid apes, namely the gibbon, the orang, the chimpanzee, and the gorilla. And since the extinct Indian apes are related to those of Africa and of Europe, it appears probable that southern Asia is near the center of the evolution of the higher primates, and that we may look there for the ancestors not only of pre-human stages, like the Trinil race, but of the higher and truly human types. In Europe. It is in Europe, however, that the tale of human prehistory is the most complete, not only through the happy accident of preserval, but because it has been much more thoroughly explored than has the Asiatic evolutionary center. The latter, however, holds the greatest hopes for future exploration, since, as we have emphasized, Europe is too small to be an adaptive radiation center, and European prehistoric men represent waves of migration from the greater continent. Nevertheless, the European record has enabled us to name and define a number of distinct human species, and here the record of the cultural evolution of man is also unusually complete. Hence European chronology is taken as a standard in describing discoveries from any portion of the world. Chronological table, adapted from Osborn, 1915. Post-glacial time, 25,000 years. Upper Paleolithic culture, Cro-Magnon man. Fourth glacial stage, Worm, Wisconsin, 50,000 years. Close of Lower Paleolithic culture, Neanderthal man. Third interglacial stage, 150,000 years. Beginning of Lower Paleolithic culture, Piltdown and pre-Neanderthaloid men. Third glacial stage, Riss, Illinoisan, 175,000 years. Second interglacial stage, 375,000 years. Heidelberg man. Second glacial stage, Mindel Kansan, 400,000 years. First interglacial stage, 475,000 years. Pithecanthropus, ape man. First glacial stage, Goons, Nebraskan, 500,000 years. Pithecanthropus. The Java ape-man Pithecanthropus erectus, figure 247 in plate 30, A, was discovered in Trinil on the Solo or Bengawan River in central Java in 1894. The type consists of a calvarium or skull cap, a left thigh bone, and two upper molar teeth. The skull is characterized by its limited capacity, about 2/3 that of man, and by the low, flat forehead and beetling brows. Hence, not only was the brain limited in its total size, but this was especially true of the frontal lobes, which, as we have seen, are the seat of the higher intellectual faculties. Thus, as Osborn says, although touch, taste, and vision were well developed, there was a limited faculty for profiting by experience and accumulated tradition. The femur associated with the skull is remarkable for its length and slight curvature as compared with the primitive Neanderthal race of Europe, and indicates a creature fully as erect and nearly as tall as the average European of today, the height being estimated at 5 feet 7 inches as compared with 5 feet 3 inches for the Neanderthals and 5 feet 8 inches the average height of modern males. The erect posture, of course, implies the liberation of the hands from any part in the locomotor function. The teeth are somewhat ape-like, but are more human than are those of the gibbon, and the human mode of mastication has been acquired. Certain authorities have tried to prove that Pithecanthropus is nothing but a large gibbon, but the weight of authority considers it pre-human, though not in the line of direct development into humanity. It is nevertheless a highly important transitional form. Associated with the Pithecanthropus remains are those of a number of the contemporary animals, which fix the date as either of the Upper Pliocene or lowermost Pleistocene period, which, being rendered in terms of years, gives an estimated age of about 500,000. End of Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38a. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38b, of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38b, The Evolution of Man. Paleontology, Part 3. Paleontological Evidence of Human Evolution. Heidelberg Man. Homo heidelbergensis, the Heidelberg man, represents the oldest recorded European race, geologically speaking. The type was discovered in 1907 in river sands 79 feet below the surface at Mauer, near Heidelberg, South Germany. The relic consists of a perfect lower jaw with a dentition, Fig. 248c. The description by the discoverer, Dr. Schoetensack, follows from Osborn. The mandible shows a combination of features never before found in any fossil or recent man. The protrusion of the lower jaw just below the front teeth, the chin prominence, which gives shape to the human chin, is entirely lacking. Had the teeth been absent, it would have been impossible to diagnose it as human. From a fragment of the symphysis of the jaw, it might well have been classed as some gorilla-like anthropoid, while the ascending ramus resembles that of some large variety of gibbon. The absolute certainty that these remains are human is based on the form of the teeth. Molars, premolars, canines, and incisors are all essentially human, and although somewhat primitive in form, show no trace of being intermediate between man and the anthropoid apes, but rather of being derived from some older common ancestor. The teeth, however, are small for the jaw. The size of the border would allow for the development of much larger teeth. We can only conclude that no great strain was put on the teeth, and therefore the powerful development of the bones of the jaw was not designed for their benefit. The conclusion is that the jaw, regarded as unquestionably human from the nature of the teeth, ranks not far from the point of separation between man and the anthropoid apes. In comparison with the jaws of the Neanderthal races, we may consider the Heidelberg jaw as pre-Neanderthaloid. It is in fact a generalized type. Associated with the Heidelberg jaw is an extensive warm climate fauna: straight-tusked elephant, Latin antiquus; Etruscan rhinoceros, primitive horse, bison, wild cattle, urus, bear, lion, and so on, all of which aid in establishing the date of the jaw as second interglacial, and its age, conservatively estimated, at from 300,000 to 375,000 years. The cultural evolution of Heidelberg man is indicated by the presence of eoliths, flint implements of the crudest workmanship, if indeed their apparent fashioning is not merely the result of use. Neanderthal man. The original specimen of the Neanderthal man, or primigenius, figures 249, 250, 252, and Plate 30, B, was discovered in 1856, not far from Dusseldorf in Rhenish Prussia. Here the valley of the Dussel forms the deep Neanderthal ravine, whose limestone walls are penetrated by caverns, in one of which the remains were found. What was doubtless a perfect skeleton at the time of its discovery was so injured by its finders that only a portion of it, which is now preserved in the Provincial Museum at Bonn, was saved. This prophet of an unknown race was for a time utterly without honor, though of course the subject of a most heated controversy, being considered as non-human, or, as Virchow believed, owing its distinctive characters to disease. The sagacity of Huxley threw true light upon the problem, though it was not until the mute testimony of other representatives of the race, the men of Spy, was offered that even Huxley's masterful conception of the Neanderthal characters was taken as an accepted fact. Professor Huxley's description of the Neanderthal type is classic. He says, "The anatomical characters of the skeletons bear out conclusions which are not flattering to the appearance of the owners. They were short of stature, but powerfully built, with strong, curiously curved thigh bones, the lower ends of which are so fashioned that they must have walked with a bend at the knees. Their long depressed skulls had very strong brow ridges. Their lower jaws, of brutal depth and solidity, sloped away from the teeth downwards and backwards, in consequence of the absence of that especially characteristic feature of the higher type of man, the chin prominence." Lull. Subsequently several more specimens have come to light, at Spy in Belgium, at Krapina in Croatia, at Le Moustier, La Chape-à-Luçon, and La Feracie in France, and at Gibraltar, which, while differing in various details, effectually serve to establish the race, whose main characteristics are heavy, overhanging brows, retreating forehead, long upper lip, jaw less powerful than that of Heidelberg man, but very thick and massive, chin generally strongly receding, but in that of a living native Australian, B, homo extraordinarily massive in the Lapiau, the latter the lowest misting race. La Chapelle specimen, whereas small. The skull in many characteristics is nearer to the anthropoids than to modern man. The brain is large, and its volume is surely human, but the proportions are again less like those of recent man than like the anthropoids. The chest is large and robust, the shoulders broad, and the hand large, but the fingers are relatively short, the thumb lacking the range of movement seen in modern man. The knee was somewhat bent, the leg powerful, with a short shin and clumsy foot, clearly not of cursorial adaptation. The curve of the bent leg was correlated with a similar curvature of the spine, so that the man could not stand fully erect, as he lacked the fourth or cervical curvature of Homo sapiens. The average stature was 5 feet 3 inches, with a range from 4 feet 10.3 inches to 5 feet 5.2 inches, partly sex difference. Neanderthal man lived in Europe from the third interglacial stage through the fourth glacial, a duration of thousands of years, and then became extinct from 20 to 25 millenniums ago. He seems to have been an actual lineal successor of the man of Heidelberg, but was throughout his long career an unprogressive, static race. One of the most remarkable features in connection with this race, however, was the very reverent way in which the dead were buried, with an abundance of ornaments and finely worked flints. This can have but one interpretation: the awakening within this ancient type of the instinctive belief in immortality. Piltdown man. In 1912 was announced the discovery of a very ancient man from the Thames gravels at Piltdown, Sussex, England. Here again the skull was injured and partly lost, so that the question of its proper restoration has been the subject of considerable controversy. The material consists of portions of the cranial walls, nasal bones, a canine tooth, and part of a lower jaw. The brain case in this instance is typically human, except for the remarkably thick cranial walls. The forehead is high and lacks the supraorbital ridges of Neanderthal man and Pithecanthropus. While the skull is of comparatively high human type, the associated jaw and canine tooth clearly are not, and some difficulty was met in explaining their evolutionary discrepancy. That has apparently been answered, however, by the conclusion that the association of the material is purely accidental, and that the jaw not only does not belong with the skull, but that it is not even human, but is that of a fossil chimpanzee. That being the case, there seems to be no reason for the exclusion of the Piltdown man, who has been named Eoanthropus dawsoni, from the direct line of human ancestry. The specimen is not perhaps so surely dated as are those of the other European races, but it is associated with a warm climate fauna, and is generally considered to belong to the third interglacial stage, from 100,000 to 150,000 years old, and hence vastly more ancient than the more primitive Homo neanderthalensis. See Figures 248 b and 251. Cro-Magnon man. The original finds of the men of the Cro-Magnon race, Figure 353, Plate 30, c, Homo sapiens, were made at Gower, Wales, and at Aurignac, France. In the latter place 17 skeletons came to light in 1852, but were buried in the village cemetery and thus lost to science, and not until 1868, when 5 more skeletons were discovered at Cro-Magnon, France, was the race established. These individuals, an old man, 2 young men, a woman and a child, are thus the types of the race. This magnificent race is thus characterized: skull large but narrow, with a broad face, hence disharmonic; facial angle equaling the highest type of Homo sapiens; jaw thick and strong, with a narrow but very prominent chin; forehead high and orbital ridges reduced; brain not only of high type but very large, that of the women exceeding the average male of today. The stature of the old man was 6 feet 4½ inches, the average for males being 6 feet 1½ inches. Footnote: the tallest living races of men are the Highland Scots and the Patagonians, whose height averages 5 feet 11 inches to 6 feet. End footnote. For women 5 feet 5 inches, a great disparity. The lower segments of the limbs were long in contrast with the Neanderthal type, hence the men of Cro-Magnon were swift-footed, while those of Neanderthal were slow. Osborn says, "The wide, short face, the extremely prominent cheekbones, the spread of the palate, and a tendency of the upper cutting teeth and incisors to project forward, and the narrow, pointed chin recall a facial type which is best seen today in tribes living in Asia, to the north and to the south of the Himalayas. As regards their stature, the Cro-Magnon race recall the Sikhs living to the south of the Himalayas. In the disharmonic proportions of the face, that is, the combination of broad cheekbones and narrow skull, they resemble the Eskimo. The sum of the Cro-Magnon characters is certainly Asiatic rather than African, whereas in the Grimaldis, of which specimens have been found in association with Cro-Magnons at the Grotte des Enfants, Mentone, the sum of the characters is decidedly Negroid or African. The Cro-Magnons again show by their elaborate burial customs how old and well founded is the belief in life after death. They are supposed to be the people who left on the walls of the caverns of France and Spain the marvelous examples of Upper Paleolithic art of which Professor Osborn's book gives so adequate a description. They lived for a while contemporaneously with the men of Neanderthal, and may have contributed somewhat to the final extinction of the latter. In the course of time, however, they too declined, although to this day survivors of the race may be seen in Dordogne, at Lond, near the Garonne in southern France, and at Lannion in Brittany. Osborn says, "The decline of the Cro-Magnons with their artistic culture may have been partly due to environmental causes and the abandonment of their vigorous nomadic mode of life, or it may be that they had reached the end of a long cycle of psychic development. We know as a parallel that in the history of many civilized races a period of great artistic and industrial development may be followed by a period of stagnation and decline without any apparent environmental cause." Europe was repopulated after Cro-Magnon decline by later invaders from the Asiatic realm, the so-called Mediterranean narrow-headed and the Alpine broad-headed types, etc., probably differentiated in Asia in early Paleolithic times. The repopulation took place in the Upper Paleolithic. Evidences of human antiquity. Great variation. These, briefly summarized, are first, great variation. If man is monophyletic, that is, derived from a single pre-human species, and there is no reason to believe otherwise, he must be old. For while the adaptations to ground dwelling after the descent from the trees were doubtless relatively rapidly acquired, the differentiation into the various races due perhaps largely to climatic influences rather than to any notable environmental change, must have been slowly attained. As corroborative evidence we have but to point to the mural paintings on Egyptian monuments, dating back several thousand years, in which are depicted the Ethiopian, Caucasian, and the like, which are in some instances striking likenesses of the present-day Egyptians. Universal distribution is, in animals, another mark of antiquity. In man it is probably less so, because of his greater intelligence. And yet before transportation had become a science, man's spread over land and sea was extremely slow. High intelligence as compared with that of the anthropoids is also a mark of antiquity, for the brain, especially the type of brain found in the higher human races, must have been very slow of development. Our study of fossil man shows this. Communal life, division of labor, and all of the complicated interactions which it brings about, and the development of law and religions all have taken time. When we realize that Babylonian texts twice as remote as the patriarch Abraham give evidence of highly perfect laws and of a civilization which must have antedated their production by centuries, we gain another yet more emphatic impression of human antiquity. Add to all this the paleontological evidence of man's association with various genera and numerous successive species of prehistoric animals of which he alone survives, and the evidence is complete. Future of humanity. Because of his intelligence and communal cooperation, man is no longer subject to the laws which govern the adaptation of animals to their environment. Osborn's law of adaptive radiation, which, as we have seen, applies equally well to the insects, reptiles, and mammals, fails in its application to mankind, and yet man has become as thoroughly adapted to speed, flight, to the fossorial and aquatic as they. But his adaptation is artificial, and to a very small extent only affects his physical frame, while theirs is natural and the stamp of the environment is deeply impressed upon the organism. Man's physical evolution has virtually ceased, but in so far as any change is being effected, it is largely retrogressive. Such changes are reduction of hair and teeth, and of hand skill, and dulling of the senses of sight, smell, and hearing upon which active creatures depend so largely for safety. That sort of charity which fosters the physically, mentally, and morally feeble, and is thus contrary to the law of natural selection, must also in the long run have an adverse effect upon the race. Man is hardly as yet subject to Malthus's law, for while he is increasing more rapidly than any other mammal, owing largely to the care of the young which makes the expectation of life of the newborn relatively very high, his migratory ability, but above all his intelligence, save him from the application of the law. A single new discovery such as that of electricity may increase his food supply and other life necessities several fold. His future evolution, in so far as it is progressive, will be mental and spiritual rather than physical, and as such will be the logical conclusion of the marvelous results of organic evolution. End of Section 3, Paleontology, Chapter 38b. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Part 4. Epilogue of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 4. Epilogue. The Pulse of Life. The stream of life flows so slowly that the imagination fails to grasp the immensity of time required for its passage. But like many another stream, it pulses irregularly as it flows. There are times of quickening, the expression points of evolution, which are almost invariably coincident with some great geologic change, and the correspondence is so exact and so frequent that the laws of chance may not be invoked by way of explanation. The geologic changes in the pulse of life stand to each other in the relation of cause and effect. This statement does not, however, imply the acceptance of the Lamarckian factor any more than that of natural selection, for whether the influence of a changing environment acts directly upon the creature's body, or indirectly through induced habit, or whether it merely sets a standard to which animals must conform if they would survive, matters not. The fundamental principle remains that changing environmental conditions stimulate the sluggish evolutionary stream to quickened movement. Many of these pulsations have been described in the foregoing pages, and in each instance we have attempted to define the physical change which served to accelerate the flow of life. And in almost every successful attempt we have found the immediate influence to be one of climate, either of temperature or moisture variation, due sometimes to topographic, at others to general atmospheric conditions. Back of these climatic changes lies, as one of the great fundamental causes, earth shrinkage, with a consequent warping of the crust, which produces mountain ranges and enlarges the lands. Thus it will be seen that the most momentous changes, so far as influence on life is concerned, may have, geologically speaking, a very simple basic cause. In so far as we can recognize cause and effect, the record of the crises of evolution stands as follows. For the origin of life itself, there is no known geologic cause other than the gradually attained fitness of the earth as the abode of organic beings. Nor do we surely know of any geologic event which impelled the lime-secreting habit of animals and plants, and thus made possible an adequate fossil record of their life. This habit was attained, however, by the animals in the Upper Cambrian, and much earlier by the water-living algae among plants. The origin of vertebrates, another event of high importance, occurred much earlier than mid-Ordovician time, for in rocks of that period are preserved fossils which indicate that chordate evolution was already well along upon its course, as the creatures recorded are highly specialized armored offshoots of a primitive stock. The main dynamic, and hence anatomic, distinction between vertebrates and invertebrates lies in the fact that the former are principally active motor types, while the latter, with some striking exceptions, such as the predaceous cephalopods, are sluggish non-motor organisms, many of which are actually sedentary in their habits and adaptations. That this evolutionary distinction is largely the result of habitat seems evident, the vertebrates being a response to dynamic waters, the invertebrates to static. The origin of vertebrates, therefore, implies no more than quickened rivers and inhabitants of right potentiality. It could not, in all probability, have occurred either in the sea or in land waters borne upon a flat topography. Hence we should look for a great diastrophic movement or elevation of the lands, such as would accelerate the flow of terrestrial rivers. For in all probability a potent stock, possibly worm-like forms, had peopled the sluggish waters for a long period antecedent to the actual change. Several such movements are recorded during Precambrian time. but that of the Epiproterozoic interval seems to fill the time requirements best of all, as the others are immeasurably remote. Another event of immense importance to future evolution was the emergence of the vertebrates from their limiting aquatic environment. That this emergence was by way of the strand from sea to land seems hardly probable, for no phylum of animals has ever chosen this readily available route. Isolated genera, or even species which collectively form rare exceptions to the Lebensweise of their allies, have traversed this road, but there is not sufficient stimulus to produce a notable migration. The vertebrate emergence was from the rivers to the lands, and the impelling cause the increasing aridity consequent upon the Silurian uplift. This reduced the abundant rivers to sluggish streams, and finally to residual bodies of water, imperfectly oxygenated, which placed a premium on lung breathing on the part of the contained fishes. When the final dwindling of their habitat left them stranded, such as could become exclusively air-breathing survived, giving rise to the amphibia, but those which could not perished, except that in some remote asylums, where a vestige of their habitat persisted, the lungfishes also survived, for their descendants, few as to kinds, are still extant. With the recurring moisture of the coal measures, amphibia throve and multiplied, returning to the ancestral waters seasonally to bring forth their young, but toward the latter part of the Mississippian increasing aridity and reduction of temperature are again manifest, making this annual return less readily possible and stimulating the evolution of the exclusively air-breathing reptiles. In early Permian recurs the same chain of events: continental rise, increased aridity, and this time glaciation, especially in the southern hemisphere. The following Triassic period was also a time of aridity, amelioration of climate coming only after its close. Reptiles being already established, the climatic conditions stimulated an event in the evolution of terrestrial animals, second in importance only to their emergence, the origin of mammals. Aridity paved the way by developing active types among the reptiles, and this was apparently a necessary antecedent to the establishment of warm blood, through quickened metabolism and raising of the body off the ground. Increasing cold then placed a premium on ability to maintain this activity beyond the limits of the shortening summers, and this could only come about through the acquiring of a constantly maintained temperature, in other words, of warm blood. Out of one reptilian stock arose the warm-blooded quadrupedal mammals, and out of another the warm-blooded bipedal birds. The former, however, were kept so effectually in check during the Mesozoic, apparently by the dominant reptiles, that their known evolution amounts to but little until Eocene time. Aridity in the Triassic, necessitating swiftness of motion, seems to have given rise to the bipedal dinosaurs, just as aridity and bipedality among modern lizards are the result of similar association of cause and effect. Climatic oscillation, giving rise to humid conditions during the Jurassic, furnished an amphibious habitat, which tempted the increasingly large Saurischian dinosaurs to forsake their ancient dwelling places and abandon the strenuous life of a carnivore for the slothful ease of an amphibious herbivore, and their extinction in the later Comanchian may have been due in part at least to a restriction of their habitat. The cause of dinosaurian extinction at the close of the Mesozoic is yet unknown, but the fact that it was coeval with the worldwide Laramide revolution, which must have given rise to a far-reaching chain of results, gives evidence that here we have again a basic geologic cause. It cannot be doubted that the cause or causes of dinosaurian extinction were an indirect stimulus to the first great deployment of the archaic mammals after their age-long suppression during the Mesozoic. The archaic mammals in turn met their fate largely through the competition induced by the incursion of the modernized orders, and this again had for its prime cause the fluctuating climate in the north, which drove the modernized hordes from their ancient radiation centers along the several continental radii to the south. It is not without the realm of possibility that the somewhat severer and more variable climatic conditions of their northern home stimulated the modernized mammals to higher evolutionary attainment than did the more equable habitat of the archaic forms. Increasing aridity during the Oligocene and Miocene, due again to continental uplift, gave great impetus to the grasses, which now became the dominant flora of the temperate realms. The effect of this on mammalian life was far-reaching, as it caused the restriction and extinction of many browsing types and a wonderful deployment of the grazing forms, horses, camels, deer, and antelopes, which are so important a part of the earth's mammalian fauna today. Finally, we have the increasing elevation of late Miocene and Pliocene, especially in Central Asia, the culmination of the evolution of the various races of mammals which man has adopted as his fellow workers, the domestic animals. And not only were the wolves and cats, the cattle, buffalo, sheep, and goats, the horses and camels, and all the host of the friends of man here finally evolved, but man himself, as a response to the same series of geologic changes by which the others were brought to their final fruition. For variation in amount of moisture and increased cold in the Northland, with the consequent restriction of tropical forests, brought the primate south, and still further cold and aridity reduced to residual tree-clad areas the forests within which dwelt the pre-human. These areas were finally destroyed, or at any rate so changed in their old tropical prodigality that the human precursor, as a means of preservation, descended from the trees and became man. Increasing severity of climate during the periods of glacial advance had a profound influence upon primal man, necessitating clothing and a search for and adaptation to diverse sorts of food. Man thus became in a large measure independent of climate, and this was his first conquest of the forces of nature, a conquest which has led to others, so that now he has not only become the dominant form of animate creation, but has subjected to his will many of the very forces which through long ages have stimulated his evolution. Thus time has wrought great changes in earth and sea, and these changes, acting directly or through climate, have always found somewhere in the unending chain of living beings certain groups whose plasticity permitted their adaptation to the newly arising conditions. The great heart of nature beats. Its throbbing stimulates the pulse of life, and not until that heart is stilled forever will the rhythmic tide of evolution cease to flow. End of Part 4. Epilogue. Recording by Pamela Krantz. End of Organic Revolution by Richard Swann LULL.